Hello, everybody. Welcome to TCH Live Monday. It's time for some 510 action here on TCH Live. Your host for the evening, Aaron McAvoy, here in the booth. And joining me tonight, we got David Pratt. What's going on tonight, man?
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
Doing very well. So very excited to have you here in the booth tonight. I know you've joined last time, right? Was it, 2 weeks ago or just last week?
I think it was last week we did the David and David show.
The David and David show. Hell yes. And that was a smashing success. So glad to have you in here with me. And so we are. Oh, let me turn down my volume on my tablet. There we go. We are going to be playing a little bit shorthanded here tonight as we wait for a few more players to join us. Hopefully we will be filling in the table, but we'll wait to see as the spots fill in if they do. As it stands, looks like we're starting off with a $25 PLO bomb pot, if I'm not mistaken.
Certainly looks like it.
Could you turn the audio down in my headset just a little? Thank you. All right. So just getting everything squared away here, and then we will get off and running. We'll see who is joining us here tonight as we take a look around the table as well. I know that we've got Slicer joining us. We've got Matt and Sparks. The return of Sparks. That's right. The return of Sparks here as Sparks back in town after a pretty long hiatus. I'm not sure exactly how long he's been out of town, but he's rejoining us and here on the Felt tonight. So looking forward to that. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-handed here. 6 players going to be getting in the mix. Taking a look here in the chat, we got Pez, Alex, Daddy Domo, Ray, Niff. What's going on? Matt Veal. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us, and we'll continue to keep an eye on the chat here as people keep filing on in. Of course, do help us out. Hit that like button whenever you have an opportunity, and we'll help get this program out to even more people. All right, let's take a look here. Ace, 8, 7, couple of hearts, 1 spade. Get these cards scanned in, see who's got a piece. Slicer here, he's got an up and down straight draw. Fabio here over in the 8 seat. Some backdoor spades, working with his 8. He's going to go ahead and bet, and Slicer going to be the only taker here, willing to peel one off, see if he can bink his straight. Is going to pick up a spade flush draw, but it is in rough shape against Fabio over here. Going to check it over once more, and Fabio now picking up that backdoor equity. This is a spot where if you're going to bluff the flop, you may as well continue bluffing the turn. He does fire out another pot size bet at 450. And Slicer here, got to think that he's picked up equity, so he is going to continue. 5 of spades peels off. That completes the flush for both players. And Fabio here only loses to the 4-3 of spades at this point.
We went to a festival over the weekend. It was outdoor. And
Slicer checks, and big chunky 1100 bet here from Fabio. Slicer will make the call. Yeah, you can't really back into a flush when your opponent starts betting the flop and think that now's the time to fold. So just going to have to pay this one off, and Fabio going to get max value. 3.6K in that pot right off the bat.
Not a bad little pot for a first hand.
Definitely. Pretty good spot there. Taking a look there at the chip counts, that moves Fabio up to 11.8. And, yeah, some healthy stacks here tonight. So awesome stuff. Well, I am back in the hizzy after an extended trip out to Las Vegas, and went out and played the main event, played the little one for one drop as well, and Brick City for all of my entries, unfortunately. But it was good to see all of the people out there that I ran into, so shout out to everybody that I ran into that made a run in the main, a little bit better than I did. But yeah, a lot of people I knew made it to either late on day 2, like I did, or day 3, and then everybody sort of flamed out. So, yeah, pretty tough go of it for everybody here, at least from the Austin scene.
Yeah, I was living vicariously for a few days, seeing how everybody was doing, and there were some ups and downs. It's weird to say this. I'm disappointed to see you, sir. I kind of wish I wasn't seeing you right now.
I wish that as well. I wish you were seeing me on the television instead. As they're down to the final 27 players, minus however many have busted out since I last looked at the updates. So the serious money kicking in. I think $250,000 up for grabs to every player, all the way on up to $8 million for first. What a freaking amazing tournament to make a final table in.
I know.
So congrats to everybody who is still in that tournament as well.
Some pretty interesting stories this year too. You know, Moneymaker making a little bit of a deep run. That was kind of fun to watch. And
Absolutely.
Dragana Lim. Just infectious, really cool, just positive player. Nice to see somebody do that well.
Yeah, really cool that she's going to start that Animal Foundation as well. So definitely wish her the best of luck. And that's really cool. I think it's really fantastic when you have poker players that are like in a place financially where they're like, I'm doing this for fun, and if I win something, I'm going to do something philanthropic. Like, that is so cool. I mean, it's cool when anybody does it in any capacity, but I think it's especially cool to see it in poker because a lot of people that don't really follow poker or not really engaged with poker sort of just kind of like side-eye at it, and they're like, I don't know, what are all these degenerate gamblers doing over here, right? So when you have somebody that comes in and is like, no, I play the game, and if I win, I donate it to charity or something like that. It's just really cool. I think it helps with a positive image.
This could be interesting here. We've open-ended for Sparks. He's got the dummy end of it. And Fabio with eights.
Yeah, Fabio, the pre-flop aggressor, going to go ahead and continue here for a little over half pot. This is a board that he can safely continue on with pretty much his entire range. Of course, eights going to be one of those hands that is frequently going to want to slow down after getting called. You're going to fare much better as a bet check bet line here most of the time. Let's see how Fabio plays it. He is going to keep his foot on the gas. Says, I have all of the best aces, so I'm going to keep the aggression on. Sparks here picks up a pair to go with his bottom end of the straight draw.
Yeah, and I don't see him folding this. This is a at least fairly straightforward call.
Yeah. Definitely going to be a spot you're going to want to come in for the call a lot of the time. There's not a whole lot of value in check raising a hand like this, I wouldn't think. Just because your opponent is going to have so many strong aces that they're just always going to continue. And unless you have some sort of dynamic with them where it's like, no, like I can check raise you, or I guess this is just a raise in position. And then you're going to actually check fold on a lot of rivers sometimes. Just not really a good spot to go for it. So realizing the equity, definitely going to be the way to go. Sparks makes the call. Doesn't get there, however, as a queen of diamonds peels off. And Fabio, who has fired 2 streets with effective second pair, now third pair on this river. Let's see how he navigates this spot.
I mean, if I'm in his shoes, what do you think? Maybe a little bit over half pot around there, 600-700?
If you're going to continue bluffing, I think you need to go big here. Just because you're trying to get your opponent to fold a weak ace, something like an ace-8, ace-9 suited type hand or whatever that has just like sort of buckled in. Maybe even an ace-10 could conceive of folding at this point if you go big enough. But he does continue betting, goes 900 here, and yeah, I think this is in the ballpark of the right size if you're going to continue bluffing, which Fabio decides to do. And Sparks now has to decide if his opponent is ever up to no good. Pretty much the only thing that you can be thinking about here is turned hearts, like king high hearts, something like that. King queen of hearts. No, king queen of hearts makes a better pair, so then you're just not beating that. It'd have to be king jack of hearts, something like a 9-10. But there's just not very many of those hands, and so yeah, just takes a little think and lets it go. Interesting play there. I think a lot of players, myself probably included, are going to play the eights a little bit differently. But I respect the gusto there, you know, of just like, this is my board. And yeah, there's some straight looking stuff out there, but I blocked the hell out of it, so let's just keep betting.
I mean, there's some logic to it too. If, you know, depending upon the quality of the player, go ahead and bet it. You'll find out if you have it or not. You know, if he comes, what's the worst that could happen? You lose, right?
Well, sure. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, that's the outcome of every hand, right? It's
Oh
like,
yeah,
what's the worst that could
Fair.
happen? You lose.
But from that position, you know, you feel fairly strong. Like I don't see him having much better here, and if he has a straight, he has a straight.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest threat there is that your opponent has an ace, right? It's not necessarily the straight, especially having the 2 8s. You're blocking a whole lot of your opponent's continuation range that does make a straight. Pretty much only the gutter on the bottom end with backdoor hearts or something that just like somehow floats you and gets there. So there's just no straights really. I think it's just more a big ace that is like, I got ace jack. What am I going to do? Fold this, right? And just calls you.
Yeah, it makes sense because my perspective, if I have the 8s there, I'm checking down the river. Like I would not make that bet. I don't claim to be a good enough player to do that, but it just seems to me that's the classic, like, what's going to call me? I'm not getting called by worse here.
Sure, which is why I generally probably would have seen that as a bet check bet line instead of, which I guess once the queen peels off too, maybe even just a bet check check, depending on what your opponent does, just because you'd rather bluff catch with a pair like 8s there than you would bet and get raised.
That's fair.
Anyways, it's all just a moot point because the 8s just continued betting and won. Anyways, we got a 5-10 and a 25 out on this hand.
By the way, Aaron, thank you for the lesson. That's actually why I'm here. I'm here for the free poker lessons from you.
All right, I'm shutting it down. Now, nothing but bad advice from here on out. You should just fold your cards up and eat them, Pratt. That's the way to do it.
I mean, that's what I've been doing.
Oh, good. Keep on doing it. All right, Sparks here going to go ahead and limp the small blind. Pierre here out of the straddle. Yeah, not clear. So let's see here. We've got Sparks here with the ace high, has the best hand. Checky, checky the flop, checky, checky the turn. Board pairing king here on the end. And it looks like Sparks will just show down the ace high and take it down.
Monster pot. Monster $35 win from him.
That's right. We only play for the biggest pots here on TCHLive. Yeah, so we are taking a look here at the camera, trying to figure out why we're not cycling to different camera angles. And we'll try to get that sorted out here momentarily, but we are just going to continue right along, 5, 10, and 25 here for the next hand. Let's take a look here at the chat, as we've got about 138 of you fine folks on in here now. People rocking and rolling, gambling their points and everything. Scott Sherman asking the commentators' names. My name is Aaron McAvoy, Aaron, and my partner in crime tonight is
Mr. David Pratt.
Mr. David Pratt. All right, so let's see here. We've got another little thing going on here at all of the TCH locations here in the state of Texas, which is our Bad Beat Jackpot. It is back. And you guys are going to hear me say this a couple of times throughout the night because I'm going to say it now and I'll come back to it later. But we've got our Bad Beat Jackpot promotion back running. And I think it's up to 20K right now. So 20K. And there's a way for all of you guys in the chat to become part of the jackpot payout. At the top of your chat box, you're going to see a link there. And follow that link. You can enter yourself into the drawing, and there are going to be 10 lucky people from the chat that are going to get $100 when that bad beat hits. So go ahead and click that link, subscribe, enter the drawing, and when the bad beat jackpot hits, you just might get yourself a piece of the pie. All right, so we are looking at a 4-bet pot here. Slicer going to put in 4 bets with the ace-king of spades. Sparks here on the button, facing that hijack aggression. Did put in the 3-bet with the ace-9 suited. And ace-9 suited is the sort of the perfect hand to 3-bet and fold when you get 4-bet. So Sparks just going to sort of take a little TV time there before he releases. But yeah, that's a hand that you're just like, okay, I guess I have to fold it. And let's see, I'm going to go ahead and peep my points. See how many. I think I've actually got a bunch.
I was going to bring that up myself, actually. We need to do our traditional.
Hell yes. The traditional gamble. Ooh, 436 points. Are you kidding me? I've got a treasure trove over here.
My God.
I know.
Let's see what my roll looks like.
you've got. Wait for it. Good luck, Paul Harris.
I think I'm busted, if memory serves.
21.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're on dust. Oh, Paul Harris just drilled it, though, 99, to turn 11 points into 55. Good roll, bro. All right, what are we doing? Should we just do like 11?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. All right, you want to go first or second?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Gamble 11.
How much? 20 bucks?
20 bucks.
20 bucks.
Sparks with kings.
Ooh, I got to beat an 84. Nice roll. All right, gonna need a big one.
Took a lot of work on my part.
Gonna need a big one.
Really proud of that one.
Didn't do it, man. I rolled bad. 23, lost my points and my 20 bucks.
Sweet.
Damn, got me good. All right, well played, sir.
We'll just leave this in the middle.
Indeed. Yeah, in 1 hour we can come back. So it's 7:22 Central Time. We can come back and fire it up again. We got another 3-bet pot here. Sparks got a couple of cowboys here in the cutoff facing the hijack open from Fabio. And Fabio gonna hit him with the 4. So back-to-back 4-bet hands. Fabio gonna go ahead and try to get his card scanned in. Doesn't quite register, but Sparks here really got to be licking his chops, as this is a 6-handed game and he's facing a 4-bet with kings. Hijack versus cutoff. This is pretty good. Now, Sparks has a couple of different directions he can go here. Obviously, putting in 5 bets is perfectly reasonable. However, 5 bets really condenses your range down into pretty much just the best made hands and your sort of ace-king, ace-queen suited type hands. Maybe some ace-5 suited if you're going into that ballpark. So Sparks could just go ahead and continue here with a flat, which is going to keep his range a little bit wider and Fabio's as well. Also keep the pot a little bit more manageable, as if he calls this, it is going to go up to just about 2.7. And the remaining stack of 8,000 will leave a stacked pot ratio of a little over 3. So he is going to come in for the 5th bet here. Says basically, you either have it or you don't. If you don't, you're probably just going to have to bail now. Like, even ace-king going to play this out of position is just going to feel really gross. And I can deny that equity with the 5th bet.
I'm liking what this portends. The shorthanded 5-bet means there's going to be some interesting action tonight.
This seems to be quite true. Once again, Fabio's hand did not scan in. He did put those over the scanner and move them around a little bit. So unfortunate that the scanner didn't pick those up. But we'll find out his decision here momentarily, as it looks like he's going for calling chips. He is indeed going to call out of position here, and Fabio is repping queens plus here. Jacks probably doesn't even 4-bet, so this is like queens, kings, aces, ace-king suited?
Ace-king suited, yeah, maybe.
5-5 tray, a couple of spades out here, checks it over.
Fluff
And
doesn't-
obviously, I don't know much about Fabio. Fabio could be in here with like 9-8 suited, right? Like, I have no idea. But that would be sort of the traditional sort of very, very polarized range type continue to a 5-bet. Checks it over. Sparks here, no spade in hand. Typically, we're going to see something in the down bet department of, 1/4 to 1/3 pot size continue here. 5.5K in the middle. Sparks on 6.5 though, so may go even a little bit smaller than the 1/5 just to keep the pot the right size for a jam here on the turn. That is what he's going to go for. 1.3 into the 5.5 is, yeah, just a little under 1/4 pot.
Like, this is a nice setup for a jam if he wants to do it now.
And Sparks really has no options other than jam at this point. If his opponent is trapping him with aces, that's just the way it is. You're going to lose. But if his opponent has queens, he's just got to give him the business. And see if he's going to get the full dub. Fabio going to check it over on this 6 of clubs, total brick. This does nothing to anybody's range. And Sparks here basically flips a coin in his head. He's like, he's got queens sometimes, and is just going to have to pay me off. He's going to have aces sometimes, and I'm just going to have to pay him off because that's just the way it is. And every once in a while, he's going to have kings, and we're just going to chop this pot. And then there could be some other stuff, I guess, but that's
I
pretty
mean,
much where we are.
out of left field, ace king suited with spades.
Honestly, I'm not sure that that hand just calls, just check calls.
It's fair.
Honestly, just might check jam, right? But who knows? Fabio here gonna lead this turn for 2.1K. He says, let's see what happens when I tickle this pot for a bet size that you just can't refuse. No. Okay, Fabio did not bet. Yeah, that was a check. I was like, I thought I already saw him check. No. So we have the action incorrect here. That was a check from Fabio, a bet from Sparks. He's continuing to bet not all of his chips. Trying to entice his opponent to continue along, maybe with an ace-king holding, thinking, I don't know, maybe he's got ace-king as well, and we're just going to chop, right? Something along that line. A little bit curious here. I think from a solver-type perspective, you don't have many bets this small, just for the sheer fact that, like, if you're ever going to bluff, like 2.1K is just not an effective bluff sizing. And especially leaving yourself 3K if they call you 3K into 12 on the end is just not going to get the job done ever. So probably doesn't really go down this line. But Spark's going to be creative here and keep it enticing.
Could he be trying to throw him off his axis a little bit? Because that is slightly a confusing bet. Like,
well, these hand ranges are just so polarized, right? It's like Sparks is basically just begging Fabio to stay in the hand with queens, right? He's like, if I go all in, he might actually be able to find the fold with queens. Whereas if I bet 2.1K, Fabio's just going to be like, I mean, how do I fold queens here, right? And he's going to have to continue. Fabio does go for the check call here. And Sparks left with just 3,000 behind. Off to a river we go, as we have a little bit of communication between the dealer and I think the production staff as we were trying to perhaps work through these camera issues. I'm not exactly sure. All right. 7 of spades here on the end does complete the front door spades. Just really not a lot of those holdings, I think, still around here. I mean, I suppose once in a blue moon there is the ace-king of spades out there, and Fabio could have just played it as the check call, and okay, let's see if I get there or hit an ace or something, and not just play this one aggressively. But
realistically, if you're Sparks, like, at least from my naive perspective, you block all of that. Like, maybe ace-king of spades, but it's so random, so out of left field. If he has it, he has it. Like, I like where he's going with this.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say that he blocks it necessarily. He blocks ace-king,
He blocks
but
ace-king,
just not the
that's what I
ace-king
mean.
of spades.
Yeah.
And regular old ace-king is just not really probably going down this road. Fabio here is going to go all in, and Sparks, you know, he's going to count out his crumbs. He's going to have
It
to
feels
call.
like aces now.
Yeah, he has to make the call. It is
Oh,
queens,
queens.
and so Sparks is going to get the max value in the sort of roundabout way, right? His opponent going all in there on the end as like a semi-bluff, semi-value. I mean, it's such a strange way to get into this part of the game tree. That you just, I mean, it's just these two hands, or aces versus kings, right? That's just always how it is. Pretty bizarre stuff. Sparks going to get the full dub. 18.4K in that pot, and Fabio going to take a big hit. There, running the queens into the kings, short-handed king, hijack versus cutoff, just nasty,
I know exactly what that feels like. We've all been in that spot before, and it's just the time stops for a second. You're like, all right.
Yeah, and really well played there by both players. I think Sparks specifically chose that turn sizing to keep queens in there. And it's not something that I would have necessarily sort of thought up, right? It's like, okay, I mean, I guess, yeah, just size it way down. Just make it so that queens can't ever find the fold button, where if you rip it, they could be like, all right, I guess he's just got to have aces, he's got to have kings. If he's got ace-king, so be it. Like, I'm just going to fold and not lose those last 5K. Nope, Sparks got it in there.
This is why I love watching players like this, because it's a thing I've said before and I'll always say is you make your money on the margins. It's those little decisions in the middle, those kind of subtle plays right there that you have to think about a little bit, and somebody can very quickly make that analysis and say, I am targeting queens, that's what I'm putting you on, and I'm going to bet like you have queens and get you to call.
Yeah, yeah, pretty good stuff there out of Sparks. And I mean, what's really pretty wild too is that we could shift into an alternate universe, which is like, let's say that he's got a bluff, right? He's got ace king. Is he gonna do that, right? Like, is he gonna follow that same line to be like, I'm gonna put you in this really weird spot, and you're not gonna know what to do, and maybe you're gonna fold to 2K on the turn, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I want to say the answer is probably just no, because if you have ace king, you're gonna want to just like maximize your fold equity and shove it all in. But like, who knows, right? I mean, we just witnessed the way that he played that hand, and it was fantastic. So.
I mean, maybe I mean, this is a friendly game, but maybe in a different type of game where you've played with somebody a bunch and you know you can do the iocane powder thing with them and tell them.
Give them the business. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and there is something that's always just a little bit eyebrow raising and like, wait, what? When you bet really small, right? Someone's just like, what are you doing? You're not trying to scare me out of here at all. That looks like you're trying to reel me in. Like, what the hell?
Oh, you assume there's method to this. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, I do always enjoy hitting somebody with the 1/10 pot size bet on the river, just like out of position, and have them just like look at me like, what? You know? And I'm like, yeah, I want that last little bet because you were just checking behind, but now you're going to call that just to see what I have, you know, like kind of thing. We've got another 4-bet pot here on the very next hand. Fabio running into another spot right off the bat. And he's probably asking himself inside, like, am I just going to get stacked, like, back-to-back hands here? Is going to complete, makes the bet of 1K into the middle. Noah here, the aggressor this time.
I like this play along with Fabio.
Deserve some love for the $18.
Indeed.
That was really good.
Yeah, Fabio.
I just couldn't break cover.
In
Yeah.
some tough spots is going to find a very
that was really
nice flop for his hand. However, we don't know what Noah has, so don't know exactly where Fabio's at. He could be up a creek without a paddle, or maybe just half a paddle.
No one can tell. They've done a bunch of studies on like blind.
Oh,
tasting
my good
where
lord.
they
Okay,
put it
so,
into a bottle, people think it's a better way.
Fabio here, going to check it over.
We've done the blind study.
Noah in position.
You know,
I'm going to go ahead and put out a bet here. 2.1K in the middle. He's going to make it 500, so 1/5 pot size bet as a nice little bet. Fabio gonna go for the check jam.
Ooh.
And Noah's gonna turn over queens, and Fabio is just absolutely dead.
Toast.
I guess he could have run out aces. Ace would have won him the pot, but that was not to be, as that is disturbing. Fabio had 11.8K in his stack 2 hands ago, and now he has 0. Cooler, back to back, and I thought I was running bad. Fabio here just got obliterated in a pretty painful way, so my heart goes out to him, but he is going to ship those chips over to his opponent, fire those tip chips into the middle for Kristen, even after the rough stuff she just dealt. And I guess that's going to be the end of the road for Fabio here. You usually don't punt off all your tip chips like that when you're ready to reload.
Yeah, plus he did the table tap too, the good game. I mean, it's like the courtesy wave.
Yep. Yeah. And one final tap on the rail here as Fabio is going to take his leave of us. He's going to sit back down, maybe finish a beverage that he's got, or grabs his phone. Okay, there we go. So unfortunate time there for Fabio. And we will continue 5-handed here. TCHLive Monday edition 510 with a $25 straddle showing itself. Got Will Lottie here joining us in the chat. What's up, Will? Nice to see that you cashed that tournament down in Houston over the weekend. Too bad you didn't make a deeper run. I got back from Vegas and I looked at Poker Atlas and I saw that there was a $1.5 million tournament being run down, $1.5 million guaranteed prize pool tournament being run down in Houston, and they were nowhere near meeting the guarantee. So I said, all right, I just got home, but got to get right back on the horse. I'm bricking all these tournaments. It's got to turn around at some point, right? got in the car, drove the 2.5 hours down to Houston, got into the tournament. Very first hand, got pocket nines. Short stack, 4-bet jammed over my 3-bet, and I lost about 2/3 of my stack on the first hand, and then just sort of hung around with crumbs, got it up a little bit, whatever. Did make it to the dinner break at the end of registration on one entry.
There you go.
I did, and then came back after the dinner break and promptly lost all of my chips.
But you got the moral victory out of it. That's the important part.
Something like that, yes. Tournaments are just so brutal, man. It's just like you just run so bad until you just don't. And there's that tournament, that point in life, as Matt here going to go ahead and turn Broadway. Sorry, he flopped Broadway. He didn't need the Queen of Hearts on the turn because he flopped it. Pierre here has a gutter on the bottom side that is... Well, he's got a gutter on both ends, of course. But he is betting. Matt is calling in position. Deuce of diamonds, not going to change anything. Pierre here just going to finish up with the 10 high. And getting called twice. You do have a 10, and you're never going to win with 10 high. So maybe you could get your opponent to fold a jack? If you bet big. Probably not going to fold an ace. Unless you bet real big. And they're never going to fold a queen or a straight. 650 goes for the 1.5x bet there on the end, is targeting even some of the aces with that. And not going to get it done. Matt just has the goods. Anyways, yeah, tournaments are just brutal. You run really bad, and then sometimes you don't. And when you don't, it feels like all is right with the world. You know, the ray of sunshine comes down. You're like, I have top pair again, and I win. And oh my God, I turned a straight, and the guy pays me off because he has a set. Oh my God, this is great. And then the rest of the time, you're just that guy,
just kind of moping in the corner.
Yeah,
so you're me basically. Well, you're,
yeah.
okay. That's cool.
You're just David Pratt.
Yeah, that's fine.
Exactly.
No, I mean it is that confluence of when you get a little bit of run good, but also you're playing well, and you know you're playing well. It's a great feeling. You're like, this is why I play this game.
Yeah.
It's the fun part.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be very tough to deal with a long-term downswing when you just like lose, and you're just like, what the hell, right? You start questioning everything, you know? And yeah, it's just really painful. But at the end of the day, if you stick with it and you're disciplined and you're a good player, like, you know, it'll turn around. But always tough to make it through those downswings. Sparks here, gonna find a couple of ladies, raise it up from the small blind, and everybody folds. We're gonna go ahead and continue along here, 5-handed. As how come Seth isn't in the mix? What's going on there? What?
Seth is a crusher. I don't know. Seth, give yourself a little bit more credit.
What the hell is that? Seth is sitting across the way.
I haven't, but I have to look them up.
I said you were on a heater. That was true.
She takes care of animals.
But why are you blaming me and saying that I told you you were a bad player? I didn't do that.
Oh, did you?
But the heater ended? Oh, Seth's heater ended, so he's not playing tonight. Okay. That's definitely fair enough. Oh, okay.
I respect that.
We have a little time. She just turned 30, so we're gonna check back in a few years.
Well, if you do, you'll become familiar with all that stuff.
Mo the Cat here says that he sees it all the time at TCH where players lose over 1,000 big blinds. How is it possible? It should be rare, not common. Well, that is a very interesting take. And Mo the Cat, you're not necessarily wrong, like in the sense of pure game theory, robot, do everything correctly, right? Like, then you shouldn't be losing 1,000 big blinds all the time because, like, you're just not going to be getting the chips in all the time at that depth. But the flip side of that is that this is a game that rewards aggression, and the most aggressive players are going to put their opponents to difficult decisions. And if everybody has 1,000 big blinds, what's the most difficult decision you could make? How about for 1,000 big blinds, right? I'm going to put you all in. And those are going to just be really tough spots to navigate, and the best players are going to do that to other people. So the deeper that the stacks are, that's just going to happen. That's just the way it is. And especially here in Texas, everything plays bigger. That's a little bit of a cliche, but that is 100% true. It's the way it rolls around here. So you just kind of got to get used to it. You know, you go to a casino game or something like that where people are buying in for like, ooh, 200, 300 blinds, right? And it's like, oh, that's a deep game. Okay, like for that version of that game, whatever, like that's deep. But you come here to Texas, 1,000 big blinds, pretty standard.
I mean, I'm primarily a cash player, and the thing I enjoy about it is I don't like to play short stacked, because at some point when the stacks get short enough, it's just math. You're just literally sitting down and calculating, okay, what are my odds? Do I call or not here? You're not actually playing, you know, there's very little strategy involved with it. It's kind of
okay.
like playing limit poker.
Or very more simplified strategy, sure.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, yep.
A real big thing is just like things.
Yeah, which is like in tournaments.
So like being
And of course, we're always seeing this evolve, especially with the
I'm gonna try that. So I gotta
newest trends in solver technology and stuff coming out and being like, all right, let's really dig in to like 10 to 15 big blind poker. Like, what does it actually look like to play it really well? And now we're realizing that it's not like push fold chart, like derp, you know, like I'm all in with this hand. It's like, actually, you should start limping with hands, right? Which is totally upside down and backwards. You're like, why the hell would I limp with Jack 7 suited or something, right? Like that hand sucks, and I only have 12 big blinds. Why would I do this, right? So it doesn't really compute for us, especially given the sort of,
like 65.
I don't know, momentum or whatever behind the idea of like these push-fold charts that people have been operating off of for so long. And it's not that the push-fold charts are necessarily like incorrect. It's just that there is another way to play that is now being explored more in depth, and there's a lot more of an understanding about what that looks like. Fabio is back, by the way. Fabio did punt all of the, didn't punt, he launched all of those $2 tip chips into the middle for Kristen, and then went back to the cage and reloaded, and he is back. So Fabio, welcome back to the felt. Better luck this time.
Most of your meals when you were on this trip, or was it?
Ray Balzer here says, hate playing short. Yeah, playing short is tough, right? It's just every decision is stressful. Maybe in a cash game, if you're intentionally buying in short, it's not necessarily stressful because you're just waiting for your opportunity to pile it all in. But certainly in a tournament where it's like your life hangs by a thread, you know, and you have 10 big blinds, and once those are gone, you're out. Like every decision is really, really challenging and stressful.
Yeah, for me, the reason I don't play a lot of tournaments, but when I get short in tournaments, the hard bit for me is you're thinking I'm outweighing opportunity cost on absolutely everything. Like it's the, well, I could make this bet, but you know, I've maybe got a couple orbits left. Do I wait? Is it my time yet? And it's it's a fun mental game with yourself.
Yeah, and that comes into play to a whole nother degree when there's a big ICM implication, right? And like ICM independent chip model, that's just sort of a hand-wavy way of talking about the implications of payout jumps, right? Like if I bust right now, I will get $0. If one more person busts out, I will receive X number of dollars, right? Like when you're right on the bubble, that's a very different situation than any other situation that you'll face in the tournament. And then that happens to a lesser degree, but similar at each different pay jump once you're in the money as well. So yeah, very cool stuff. All right, let's get into this hand as we've got Fabio, Pierre, and Matt clashing here. Matt going to have the best of it here on the button in position with the Queen 10 offsuit, flopping top pair. Pierre here has backdoor, straight, and flush draws. Fabio here, effective third pair. He is going to dip out. Pierre not going to continue either, and Matt will drag the pot.
I'm respecting Pierre's get up tonight. He's dressing like a 90s West Coast gangster. I'm liking it. I'm
Hell
liking
yeah.
it. The buttoned up flannel.
Yeah. I like Sparks over there with the pink T-shirt as well.
We need to get him a red solo cup to complete the ensemble.
Oh yeah. Yeah, baseball cap turned sideways.
Oh yeah, completely.
Go full on frat bro. All right. John Russo here says playing short just feels like doing time until you lose it all. Yeah. Although I will tell you that one of the, like, playing short stack, especially in a tournament, mostly just in a tournament, is like super stressful, and you could just feel like deflated and defeated and just whatever, like, because every time you just look down and it's like 8 deuce off suit, and you're like, bro, I have 8 blinds and the big blind's coming. Like, where are my cards? I need to be able to ship this or double up somehow, and you just keep folding. If you can bounce off of like a 5 big blind, just like, I have no chips, and then like steam it back up to like 40 blinds, you feel like such a champion. So it's kind of cool, just how it's almost like you know, you can't really appreciate anything in life unless you go through some trials and tribulations, something, you know, like some downswings in life. You can't really appreciate it unless you have that. It's similar in a tournament, although I will say that like there's nothing quite like just having all the chips all the time. You know, you're just like, oh, I'm the chip leader. I'm the chip leader. I'm still the chip leader.
Well,
Okay, I won the tournament.
Such a
Like,
difficult game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in a cash game, I always find being short stacked, it's completely in your control when you're short stacked in a cash game. But it's that mental exercise of like, okay, do I rebuy? Am I in the right mental frame? Do I refill, or do I just say, let's see what happens with this running speed?
Just kind of run with what you got, even if you see everybody else at the table with like 5 times the chips you have, and you're like, ah, no, I'm still just gonna keep playing my $500 or whatever.
I've got 50 bigs. Let's see what happens.
Sure.
And
Yeah, I find myself doing that for sure. I mean, especially if I just like take a cooler, and then I'm like left with, you know, like $700 at a 2-5 game or whatever, and everybody else has 2K. Normally I'm gonna like top off, but if I just took a cooler and I'm sort of salty and I'm like, I don't know, like this just doesn't feel good, and I don't want to like buy back up to the 2K that everybody else has and then suffer another 2K cooler, right? I'll just play the 700, see what happens, and then sometimes you can grind it back up, and that feels pretty good too. Carlo joining us here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man?
how's it going, buddy?
Hopefully everybody is subscribed to the channel. If you are not, please help us out. Go ahead and join the team. Also, help us out by hitting that like button if you would. That helps us get the good word out there to the YouTube universe that you guys are enjoying this broadcast and that other people should enjoy it as well. Let's take a look at this hand, then I'm going to come back and talk about our bad beat jackpot and how all of you guys here in the chat can get a piece of the action. As Noah going to go ahead and raise this up. Ace deuce suited from the small blind, and Matt over in the $25 blind is going to complete with 2 red 7s. Going to peel off flop in position.
He's got the slot machine. I like, and there we go, 7 in the window.
7 in the window. That's yesterday's flop. So 10-7-3 rainbow. Middle set here for Matt. Noah flops the backdoor wheel and flush draw. So he is going to continue. Looks like the tune of $70, so 1/3 continuation here. And Matt in position can play this as just a flat, but usually you're just going to want to raise these types of hands, try to build the pot as much as you can early on, because the larger the pot at the early stages of the hand, the easier it is to get more chips in at the end of the hand. So Matt is going to subscribe to that school of thought. He's going to raise this up to 250. And Noah here with just the 2 backdoors out of position. This is a spot where you hate to get raised. You just kind of feel like, dude, like, that's not cool, man. Like, I could have aces, I could have kings, right? But, like, yeah, you also just don't. You have ace deuce, so you can fold and be fine with it. He does fold, Matt does win, and thankfully for Noah, doesn't get dragged down into this pot any further.
Things that become popular, you know, like Tiger King, it says more about the current zeitgeist than the show itself.
So taking a look there at the chip count, Sparks, of course, after that amazing hand of kings versus queens against his tablemate and neighbor Fabio. Sitting up way atop the chip counts. $18,000. 5 and, oh, new player. Is that a new player? I see a pile of chips all sort of haphazardly amassed over there next to Pierre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is a new player. All right, so we have a new player joining us. Let's see who that is here in a little bit, as we have the 5, 10, and the 25 out there. Fabio going to be first to act here.
That is a great shot. It's better than the Columbia at first.
Like that scene when they bring all the old rich guys to watch.
Going to release the king 7 offsuit.
So bad. And it's like
No other takers. Pierre over there, looking like he's ready to do some like ice fishing, you know, up in Wisconsin, something like that. You know, he's got the hat on, he's got the flannel, you know.
I mean, they do that a lot in Rome, right? There's a lot of ice fishing in the outskirts of Rome during the winter.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mediterranean's frozen over like 9 months out of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Slicer gonna go ahead and raise this up from the. Oh, he was in the straddle. Okay. That's right. Matt had just tried to get in there with the Limperuski and says, okay, I guess 10-9 is good enough to go for the limp call, but on this 6-high board, time to just ditch it and be done with it.
He just did that powerful eye contact fold, too. Stare at your opponent while you're folding.
You got to give him that one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of, it's the, you know, you're going to get away with this one, but like the next one, maybe not. Mo the Cat here is back in the chat. He says, TCH are overplaying hands, king, king versus queen, queen. I give you king, king versus ace, ace, blah, blah, blah. Too loose at TCH. Well, so I'm not sure exactly what you want to see, Mo. Do you want to see a bunch of nits sitting around folding kings pre? I mean, or something like I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say here, but I think that the gist of what you're saying and the gist of what I understand about Texas poker is like it is hella fun to watch and it's hella fun to play. So I think you should get in the mix, and if anybody else, Mo the Cat or otherwise, wants to get in the mix, you can find that information for how to get on the show scrolling along the bottom of the screen there. I guess it really just tells you to go to the form in the video description. So check that out. There is a form. We have done away with the texting and the phone calling in order to get yourself on the list, and we do now have a online form. So you can find that information there in the description of the video. And hopefully we'll get some of you fine people to hop on in the mix. It's always really cool when people come in from out of town to want to play on the stream and sort of tell all their friends and family, whatever, like, oh, check me out, I'm going to be on TCHLive. And, like, it's a cool deal.
Yeah, I've given up my seat a couple times for people out of town just because it's that infectiousness of somebody you don't know. And they're probably a pretty good player, but it's just this, it's a really nice feeling of just seeing people who are excited about doing this sort of thing. And this opportunity to get some extremely good players and some recreational players like myself all together, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, most of the players at this table, I think, are going to be, you know, higher caliber. Like they're putting in a lot of effort and thought into all of their decisions and, you know, studying, doing things like that. You know, I tend to really enjoy getting in the mix and playing on the Thursday stream, you know, 2-5 or 5-5, whatever, where it's a little bit more of a like, let's go in there and have some fun. You know, we're there to have a good time and sort of see what happens, and that's a much more enjoyable experience, I think, personally for me. Hopping in there and tangling with these guys, it's just sort of it's work. It's hard work.
It is a little bit. I've done this stream a few times, and I've held my own, and I don't claim to be, you know, all of these players are better than me, but it's fun to have that challenge every now and then.
Sure.
But the Thursday stream is just fun because you're there with
Absolutely.
friendly people, and it's not like there's not good conversation or anything here. But I tell people, they're like, oh, are you stressed out about it? Are you worried? I'm like, no, because the second you start playing, you forget. You're just hanging out with some friendly people and playing some fun poker.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Well, the pile of chips still doesn't have an owner attached to it quite yet, but we are just going to continue along. Folds over to Slicer on the button. 8-7 off is good enough to raise. Sparks, of course, with the suited wheel ace, going to at least call, but go for the 3-bet as well. Definitely in the wheelhouse. That is what he'll elect for. And I'm loving this sweater thing that he's got going on. I mean, it's like an acid trip printed right on the front. As we do now have the camera sort of bouncing around, which is nice. Taking a look there at the chip counts. Once again, Sparks is the top dog, 18.5K, all the way on down to Matt, sitting on 6K.
That chip stack's starting to get to me, my Rain Man instincts. I might have to step away from the booth for a minute and head out there and clean up those chips. That's just...
Yeah, you can't handle the pile.
It's
but it's
disrespectful.
green and then red with just a little smidge of white. I mean, it's fairly organized.
It is, but it's just bothersome. Have some self-respect.
All right. Well, I'll try to hold down the fort here with Pratt scratching his neck. He can't handle what's going on over there. But Jacob Thomas here wants to know, what are the green chips worth? The green chips are worth 25. Let me just give you the breakdown on all of it. We've got the red chips are 5, greens are 25, blacks are 100, the pinks are 500, and nobody has the plaques out there, the 1K plaques. But it looks like everybody just rocking the $500 pink chips, which I like. The pink chips, I think, do a perfectly good job of sort of upholding the stack and strength of what you're working with without getting too bulky. So yeah, there you go. Hopefully that answers your question, makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And if you do feel warm and fuzzy inside, rear back with a force of 1,000 suns and strike the like button. Let everybody in the world know that you like this program. And now I'm going to do my spiel again about the bad beat jackpot. It's up to $20,000, I do believe. I don't know exactly what the qualifying hand is, but you can go to TexasCardHouse.com and find out all the information on what the current qualifying hand for the bad beat jackpot is. But the long and short of it for you fine folks watching here on YouTube is that you can click that link that is, what do you call it when it's just, it's pinned. The pinned link at the top of the chat. You can click that link. You can register. And 10 people are going to be randomly drawn to receive $100 when the bad beat jackpot hits. So get yourself a free $100. I mean, how cool is that? Then with the $100, you can hit us up with a super chat and earn a bunch of sweet, sweet TCHLive loyalty points. I mean, just think of it like that.
Wait, I can buy points with super chats? Why didn't anybody tell me this?
If you super chat, you earn points for doing so. Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to call my broker. I need to liquidate my 401k. I'll be right back.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. You need those points, and I need your contributions.
You think it's going to suffer there?
401ks. How's your 401k doing these days? Do you like actively manage
You know, I
your
used to.
retirement funds?
In my 20s, I was kind of, it was a fun little hobby to follow and everything. Nowadays, it's very, very passive. I just sit back and, the index funds and kind of all that, those sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I've had a few that I've owned for a while that is just still kind of fun. Like I've had some Apple stock for like 20 years, and it's just fun to sit and watch it. It's not a lot, but it's.
But you've had it for that long.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen the appreciation, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's I wish that $2,400 I'd spent on a MacBook in 2004, I'd spent on Apple shares instead.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would have gone a lot further, but
Oh well.
yeah, no. I mean, and that's always the way it is, right? Like, if we all knew what was going to happen, then, like, we wouldn't have had the opportunities, right? And that'll always be the case, right? Like, we are always working with imperfect information, and when people think that they've got some sort of cheat code,
Party foul.
that is
Oh.
unfortunate. Yeah, we need to get that mopped up very quickly because the scanners don't like to be wet. All right. Well, a little bit of an unfortunate accident. We're going to try to get that mopped up here as quickly as possible. Hopefully that doesn't fry the table.
Okay, I'm trying to see what Rorschach pattern I'm seeing in that. It looks like a man walking out of the darkness towards me. Yep, that's definitely what it is.
No, right out of the darkness and into your face and
Yeah.
just eating your soul. I
Yeah.
think that's pretty much what that is. So Fabio not running too good here. He is going to get stacked in back-to-back hands and then spill his beverage onto the scanners. Now, didn't just get his own scanner, also came over onto the 10-seat scanner. So, all right, let's hope that the electronics are solid here in the table, and we'll try to move along here. But yeah, Roger Garrison, he says, Fabio, it happens. Yeah, absolutely. There's no problems here. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah, let he who has not spilled a drink on the felt cast the first stone.
Or spill the first beer.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was going to ask myself a rhetorical question, which was, have I ever, maybe not rhetorical, but have I ever spilled something on the felt? I definitely have. But what it immediately brought to mind, the story, like the image that it immediately brought to mind, was I was at TCH Dallas. It's their opening tournament weekend, whatever, right? Like TCH Dallas opened, they had like cash games and stuff.
bright,
And then
shiny.
the first big tournament was like a 500K guarantee big tournament. And then it was lit. The place was packed. It was whatever. And I'm there and I'm playing and we're getting late in the day or whatever. And this dude had come in and had presumably been on like the late reg list or whatever, and then like got his seat, and he comes over and he's got one of these like 64-ounce whatevers from like 7-Eleven, you know,
bladder
just
buster?
this
Yeah.
massive cup that doesn't fit into any cup holder, right? So it's basically a barrel of fluid. He sets it down on the ground next to him. And I'm not like watching this whole thing, but like I realize after the fact what has happened when I see what has happened is that he like leans back in the chair or moves back in the chair, whatever, knocks this thing over, and like the entire 64 ounces of just like gigantic, like frothy, like I don't know if it was a smoothie or what the hell it was, like an icy or some shit, but it was like not just like clear fluid, right? This is like it is like a pile on the carpet, and he had just busted, so he like leaned back really quickly. Knocks it over, is out of the tournament. I see the dude look down, sees this gigantic pile of just AIDS that he's just spilled on the floor, looks at it, holds a gaze on it for like 1 second, and then just walks away from the table. And everyone around is just like, oh, it was just like this like audible groan from everybody of just like, oh, what? And it was orange. And it was orange, like it was just, and the dude gave no shits because he just busted the tournament, and he was just like, whatever, I'm out. Oh my god. Squiroo says that I spilled my soul onto the felt in the main. I did. My soul was out there. I spilled it, and I'm still waiting for it to come back. But actually, the next main event is like 7 months away. So there you go. That is, if we're to believe that it's going to be held at Bally's / the convention center / whatever, Paris.
I hadn't heard about this. They're leaving the Rio?
They are definitely 100%, no doubts about it, leaving the Rio. Whether or not they go to Bally's and Paris or the convention center is, I guess, yet to be determined. But a lot of people are convinced that it's going to be at Bally's and Paris. Which is really kind of strange to hold a tournament at two different locations. Imagine them breaking tables and being like, all right, well, you're going to go 3 blocks down. Like, what?
Well,
Are you serious?
they're next door to each other, but still,
I
you
mean,
got to
yeah.
walk.
It feels like 3
walk
blocks
20
when you
minutes
walk
over there.
all the way over
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who knows? I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But in any case, it's supposed to happen in the summertime, like sort of quote-unquote usual. So we'll see.
They're not going back to that final table in November thing, though, where,
No, they won't do that again,
Good.
thankfully.
thank God.
Yeah, I mean, it was like,
I actually wondered.
I don't know, they got plenty of time to like hype it up and whatever, but no, it's just you can't do that, right?
No.
They did that. They've done that with several other tournaments, especially like the big WPTs, where they will take the final table or the final 6 sometimes. I think recently they've been doing the final 6, and they go and they put them at the Poker Go studios in order to like get a really good production value for the final table. And then it's delayed by a couple of days or a week or whatever, and that's whatever. If you made it that far, you're probably like, dude, who cares? I mean, take as much time as you want. I'll go study, you know, like, and get ready for this final table. Find out who my opponents are, and put in the time to get better, and have my best shot at it. But it's also just a little bit like, if you have that momentum, like imagine if you like get on your heater, and they're like, cool, all right, we'll see you in 3 weeks. You're like,
Okay, great. Yeah.
I'm winning right now. Can we
Yeah,
just finish the
Can
tournament?
we just play this down? Yeah. There's also especially with the main, I always got the impression that there's the aspect of it that is the marathon that it is, right? You know,
Yeah.
it's just relentless of you're going to be here for 7 days, 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
And can you make it?
Yeah. Yeah, and by the end of it, imagine sitting there heads up after all of that, trying to make these decisions in the most incredibly stressful place ever, because it's like, first is $8 million, second is like 4.5. You're playing heads up for like $3.5 million. I mean, it's like mind-blowing, just absolutely mind-blowing. All right, let's get back to the poker here in this moment on this table. Raises to 75 from Sparks. Noah putting in the 3-bet with the queen 9 suited. Sparks makes the call from the small blind. This is blind on blind violence. And we get a jack-high board, 8 of hearts here on the turn after checky. Sparks not picking up any additional equity. And when his opponent checks back, like, you could sometimes conceive of, like, all right, maybe I could push him off of an ace, queen, ace, king, but, like, ugh, probably just shut it down.
It's not a bad board for ace high either. Like,
I disagree, but
well, no, with the check action, like maybe I can get him off.
yeah, it's just I think Sparks is playing this correctly, where you need to have a certain portion of your range that is just done with the hand, because if you continue, or if you're induced into bluffing with all of your cards that missed, you're just going to be over bluffing a ton, and then your opponent can do what happened right there, which is just like check back second pair, and then just like bluff catch everything and be just printing money, because it's like, oh, I just call down and you always have a bunch of error. So I like the play from both players there very much. We are T-minus like 15 minutes from being able to gamble again. So do you have to check your points in order to get another point? Is that a thing that happens to you?
I don't believe so. I think it's just the amount.
Like you just watch and pay attention and you get points passively?
Yeah, I believe it's just if you are in the chat, you're accruing them.
But that doesn't happen for me. I have to check my points to get a new one. So
Well, I am special.
yeah. So I checked my points at 6:57 p.m. I had 426 points. I just checked at 7:07. I could do math. It's 20 minutes, and I got one more point. And I think I was supposed to have gotten, I don't know, maybe that's right. I don't know. In any case, I check my points, I get one more. If I don't check my points, then I have the same as I had the last time I checked. Pierre here going to take it down with the king high, and we're going to move along. Will Lottie here says chatting gets you a point every 10 minutes. So, okay, only if you chat. So I guess maybe that's really what it comes down to, is that I was always sort of led to believe that you just had to watch. But it's like you have to watch and you have to chat. And if you do both concurrently at the same time, which can be tough, then you get your points. That makes sense. So let me ask you something, Mr. Pratt. Is tournaments, something that you enjoy?
I do enjoy playing tournaments. I don't have the skill for it. I don't typically play a lot of them. But
Okay.
I do, maybe once or twice a year I'll do it. The Sunday tournament here is always fun because it's a decent field. It's big enough to kind of get your feet wet. But I do not claim to be skilled at tournaments at all.
Yeah.
It's
They're tricky.
It's somewhat of a different skill. Like I'm 99.9% a cash player. And
Okay.
it's just not a thing I do a lot. I always have a great time when I do it.
Cool. All right. Avishai has joined us here. All right. So that is the owner of that pile of chips.
Thank God. Thank God he's cleaned them up.
Yes,
okay,
they're
I can relax now.
neatly piled, and your neurosis can rest. Okay, so Slicer, the original Razor. Nope, I take it all back. That was it was Slicer, the original Razor. Fabio putting in the 3-bet with the 6-5 suited. Slicer going to make the call and has dominating hearts.
Took over the 63 after Kennedy left.
Heads up to a flop. King, and ace-6. So Fabio going to flop quite well, considering he 3-bet with 6 high. And a sort of standard 2/3 continuation bet here, I think, is just in order.
Now I'm not so sure. I used to be pretty good memorized.
He is going to go for the 325, 2/3, as expected. And Slicer will go for the check fold. And this is sort of the thing that has become more and more obvious, I think, is bet sizing. Bet sizing is one of those things that is very nuanced, can seem very just like, well, whatever, man, like bet whatever you want. Like, why is the amount so important? But nowadays, with the solver technology and the ability for just like regular folks to just like have the information, and like whether or not they can study it and like convert it into actionable information in their brain. The information is out there for them to be able to look at, and you can learn a lot about a person and like their understanding of the game and how up to date they are just by watching their bet sizing. If people are putting out some weird sizes that just don't sort of fit into the like 1/3, 1/2, 2/3, 1 1/4, like sizings, whatever, it's like, all right, I understand something about this person, and I think that's something that's sort of unique and interesting and new.
It is. For me, I first started playing 20 years ago when all you could play at low stakes to mid stakes was limit poker.
Limit, yeah, I
Hang-
played a lot of limit.
Hanging out in the Mirage, playing 3-6 limit poker. And
Yep.
the first time I played no limit, and granted, this is the simplest thing in the world, but it made all the difference to me. Somebody explained it as you are giving your opponent odds. Like, that's the point of doing it. You need to calculate it such that, the fundamental theorem of poker. Give him the incorrect odds to call, yet get him still to call.
Yeah.
That was always the fun, I'm a math guy, so it was always that fun kind of exercise of like,
Yep.
how do I do this sizing right here?
Yeah. Yeah, and if you do that enough times, then, and your opponents play incorrectly enough times, like then you will reap the rewards just from a pure statistical standpoint. Yeah. Yeah, which is what poker is, right? Like, it's just an amalgamation of all of the hands that you can play in a lifetime sort of spread out over that just distribution, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. It's like, here's this one hand in this one instance, but the way that you play that one and the way that you play the next 1,000 hands and the next 10,000 hands, whatever, is all going to add up to how well you exploited your opponents. You exploit them well, you had more money than you started with.
Should we
You
start
didn't.
talking about the law of large numbers now?
You know what? We should.
And viewer count goes to 0.
But what I love is Squire Roo's comment here. The next hardcore metal band will be called Resting Neurosis. Absolutely. And Ray Balzer is going to be the headliner because he just rolled a 1. Oh, sorry, buddy. Tough beat there. Roger Garrison beat you just to the punch on that 62.
Speaking of which, I'm feeling like shipping it, so when the time comes up, I'll check my points. I just want to do all of it, if you're cool with that. I think I've got 44, 45.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of a baller now. You don't even have to blast them all off if you don't want to.
Yeah, but go big or go home. Anything worth doing is worth doing right.
Okay, so I'm going to counter that with, let's do like 30 or whatever, because then it'll leave you with at least 10 if you lose.
it's fair.
If you lose, I'm not saying you're going to, but if you do, then you'll have 10 to do it in another hour. And still, like 30, what's the difference between 30 and 40, all right?
Very little, very
Yeah,
little. You're
all right.
correct. Okay, this is a good strategy.
Cool. The law of small numbers. All right, we're getting very close. We're T-minus 10 minutes until we can do our next round of gambling. Let us know in the chat who you think's going to win. Drop a 1 for Pratt. Drop a deuce for your boy Aaron if you think I'm going to win my heads-up $20 match in the gambling streets.
And Matt is going to call from the big blind, defend with 9-3 suited. I like this.
Matt, a believer in the 9 triz.
It's not the deuce 4, but it is a powerful hand.
Slicer here flops the best of it with the old pair of 5s. Bottom pair. Matt here going to be first to act. And with a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw, he's going to bet. And when he gets called, he's like, cool, I lose. But the turn,
Is
looks
that a
like-
spade?
no, it looks like a diamond, but it looks like it could be, oh, that's probably an 8. What is that? It's a 10. It's a 10. So that is not going to do anything for Matt. And after the bet of 15 and a call, he is going to check. Slicer is going to put a little tickle out there, and Matt is going to pitch his hand. Ray here says that he was on tilt last week when he ran ace-ace into jack-jack on a jack-8-5 rainbow board. Yeah. I tell you what, man, coolers are brutal. And they happen way more often than you'd think, too. And it's like, when they happen all in a row, you kind of just like start looking up at the sky and you're like, what the F did I do to you, man? Like, why is this happening? because it just feels unfair. You're like, you had 5%. 5%, you clown. And you hit it again after the other guy hit it just yesterday. The other guy hit it just the day before. Right? Feels brutal. Feels bad. But it happens to all of us.
Sparks got the ladies.
So embarrassed I just started rolling around.
Don't think. Nope. No action for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me last Friday. I'm playing a cash game and lost both of my buy-ins set over set in that I flopped top set and then rivered. The other guy rivered a better set both times. And I'm like, I'm out. Been here for an hour. Time to go.
Yeah, those days are rough. I had one of those days just about a month ago
I almost never play long
where I got set over set twice in one session. Yeah, that just hurts. That just hurts.
Eh.
Pierre, what's your longest?
Pierre here with the 5-4 of diamonds facing the $25 straddle. Is going to raise this up to 75.
40?
Avishai has not played a hand yet. Waiting to see something better than 10-7 off, as everyone waiting to see better than what they had. They are just going to fold, and 5 high good. As looks like Avishai is bought in for, says 1K. I feel
Looks
like
to be
he's got,
1,100.
yeah, maybe 11, but whatever.
Maybe-
Basically.
Hold on. Rain Man activated. Those are not even stacks, so he might have 1,000.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
1060. 1060. A little bit of rounding error given the depth of everyone else's stacks. The 1K just gets sort of truncated. It's like, yeah, well, you got 1K. Avishai gonna play a hand. He's gonna limp it here. He says 10-9 suited. Let's see if I can see a flop. Sparks and Matt are sort of coerced into the pot by this limping action. Noah here is like, I guess, check, and I'll see a flop with 7 tray and make a pair. That's a very blurry flop as we get the camera back into focus. Avishai, just 2 overs, checks to him, he checks. Matt has a mystery hand, and he's going to check. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Avishai going to pick up the best hand and lead right out.
Easy game.
Mike Huntesora wants to know what the stakes are tonight. That'd be 5, 10, and 25 here on Monday night. TCH Live, no limit hold'em. Thank you guys all for coming in, hanging out with us. Sparks here, gonna need a 9 or a 5 here on the river to pick up the best hand.
I mean, obviously it's not going to be like black and white.
Now that he has that additional equity, he is going to overbet the pot by a significant amount, and that is just going to get Avishai to just sort of snap fold the top pair here.
I mean, from my perspective, the reason I would have done that there is Avishai doesn't have that much behind. And so now you're asking him, you're basically saying, I want you to commit half your stack for this. And that's the other reason why we were talking about why do you want to be deep stack. Avishai just had exactly that happen to him. Why, yes, it seems crazy to have 500 big blinds here, but if you don't, that's going to happen to you.
Yeah, the flip side of it is that if you're going to buy in short, then you have much less qualms about getting your chips in, quote unquote, light. And top pair 9 kicker on that board is actually not even that light, right? So it was a $25 straddle, so $25 was the effective blind. He's starting with just about 1,000. So he's on like 40 blinds.
Yeah.
You have top pair.
Yeah.
You have top pair with 40 blinds. You kind of just have to get your chips in, and it feels like, is that true? And it just kind of is. We can see, of course, the cards. We can see that he was well ahead and that he should have just piled it in and blah, blah, blah. But the short stack thing is also that your decisions are not as difficult. Top pair, pretty good. 40 blinds, get it in. Hope for the best. Maybe you're beat. Maybe you're not. But if your goal is to just like last, then you shouldn't buy in short because you're not going to last. You know, you can't go folding top pairs like that because you get bluffed. But anyways,
I mean, you can do what I do, just buy in, wait for aces. It works. It's a great strategy.
yeah, except for if you haven't seen aces in 2 weeks, then it's kind of tough. Yeah, that one's tough. All right. So that last hand went by without much fanfare. Hand number 36 coming right on up, and we are just a couple minutes away from the big gamble. I don't know if anybody actually dropped a deuce or a 1 in the chat to let us know who they think is going to win. Let's see. Did anybody drop? Oh, Chuck C dropped the deuce. Thanks, man. And that was it. Chuck C basically set the tone. So I'm going to win because Chuck C dropped a deuce. I think that's how it goes.
I'm not liking the direction this is heading.
Oh, I am. I want that $20
All
back.
right.
I'm going to buy Taco Bell with that. Favorite fast food place? Go.
Shitty fast food is going to be Wendy's.
Wait, shit.
Like of regular old fast food. Like there's like the In-N-Outs, which is kind of like more fast casual. But like if I'm on a road trip and fast food pops up, absolutely Wendy's.
Wendy's. You know what? I haven't been to a Wendy's in quite a while because I had like back-to-back Wendy's experiences that just weren't great. I mean, like things needed to leave my body. You know?
that's no fun.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good. But I used to appreciate Wendy's. There was nothing quite like getting a JBC for $1.19 or whatever it was. This was like 7 years ago, back when I was in like grad school, and it was like, oh, give me a JBC, you know. But yeah, no.
The key as well is to get that little 99-cent chocolate Frosty and get the fries and dip the fries in the Frosty.
Dip the fries into the Frosty. People are still doing that.
Yeah.
Main line in the Frosties. Yeah. No, seems good. All right, we got a couple more deuces, and Suganth actually wants you to win. So we got 1-1.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Someone cares.
I appreciate you guys rooting for me. Let's put Pratt in the dust here. Chuck C says you drop 20 at Taco Bell and you'll be dropping the deuce. Absolutely right. I look forward to it. All right, here we go. I'm going to check my points to get that that one extra point. And then it's time to gamble.
All right.
You ready? I'm doing it.
We doing 30?
Oh, you got to check yours first. I think you got like 30 or 40 something.
Okay.
So let's see how many you have. We'll gamble you down to 10 so that we can ensure that you have enough to gamble the next one.
I like it.
Okay. A little spring cleaning with the Taco Bell. Yeah, that could do it.
I have 45, so
All
we're
right.
gambling 35.
35. Here we go, people. Let's make this shit happen as I apparently fat fingered the gamble. Here we go. Snuck it in just before David Pratt. Let's see here. Let's go. Come on. I want a 99. Give me the 99. You had like 90 something last time. 39 for David Pratt. 40. Let's go. I may have lost my points, but I didn't lose.
Damn it.
The money.
Damn it.
Oh, let's go.
He got 4 out of
That's a bad beat, dude.
Ugh.
I pipped you.
That's a cooler.
Yeah,
That's
I pipped you.
YouTube chat cooler.
Who else has pipped? I love it. Yes. There it is. Oh, that's amazing. Words are hard, but you know what? Rolling 40s. That's how I roll.
No, you get numbers and stuff. So if you get them all, you get everything. But if you miss like the
All right, but you'll have another shot at it because you have 10 points. And
asked me at the bank today,
maybe you'll get some more. Maybe some more ones in the chat. You never know.
and they're like, okay, so that's
All right.
I'm pretty sure you cheated somehow. I don't know how, but I'm pretty sure you did.
I can't divulge that. Okay, 56 likes on the counter. Thank you guys for doing what you do.
I was taking out money today.
If you haven't liked the broadcast, please do.
I wanted to make sure that I
And if you are not subscribed to the channel, please make sure that you do that, as that will alert you to whenever we are going live. I guess you have to hit the little notification bell. That will actually be the thing that alerts you when we go live, but that is definitely the way to do it. Matt here, going to go ahead and bet 50 Sparks. Going to dick? He's going to dip out of the way. Yeah. Words are hard, tell you what. Yeah, dip and
Aaron, it's a family
duck
show.
and dick and Dodge. Yeah.
Well, the front doesn't matter.
No, I did just see, you mentioned it earlier, I hadn't looked at it, but I did just look at his test pattern sweater, and I had a little bit of a seizure by staring at it. It's a little bit, that's a powerful sweater he's got.
It is, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you see me
Whoa,
scratching.
look what it's doing to Matt's hand there.
Yeah.
I was about to ask you if you've done psychedelics and really go down a deep, dark path. Maybe not dark, probably mostly illuminating, but
Well, there's a time and a place for everything, Aaron, and it's called college.
yeah, yeah. That's absolutely right. Also high school. Yeah, yeah. I'll just leave that one there. Where did you go to college?
I went to the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I
No,
mean,
it's actually a lovely campus.
it's one of those kind of classic Midwestern state universities. To be honest, it pains me to say this, Ann Arbor is a little bit prettier, but I loved Champaign. It's a great place to go to school, and
Ann Arbor's a little bit prettier.
I mean the campus at Ann Arbor, like it's got that whole, you know,
Yeah. I guess Ann Arbor is probably just a lot more enjoyable as a student, I would guess. Was
Illinois was kind of great.
Urbana-Champaign? It was
Yeah,
great?
it's a fun city.
Okay.
And-
Well, then I apologize for slighting it, but I would assume that my assumption would have been that Ann Arbor would have just been like way better.
You know, I didn't go to school. My dad did go to school there, so I know a little bit about it. And I spent a little bit of time in there when I was in college. You know, we'd go up for games. I think
Yeah.
we drove up there once.
Okay.
But Champagne's a fun. I mean, you're surrounded by nothing but goddamn corn. So what is there to do except go to bars and party and have fun? So,
Yeah.
You know. And I grew up just outside of Chicago, and I went to engineering school at Illinois. And it was like, well, I can get in-state tuition at the third best engineering school in the world.
Yep.
I think I'll go do that.
Yeah, no, I mean that is a pretty good deal. I had a similar experience with living in rural Colorado and then going to the School of Mines, one of the top engineering schools as well. So yeah, not something that you can really pass up, especially if you're like I was, where it was like, wait, you're going to pay my tuition and I don't have to write an essay to get in?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. I'm in. Let's go. Alrighty, Fabio here, 10-8 of spades on the button. Gonna raise this up to $75 and no takers, so just a raise and take it. There. Let's see. Squiroo says there's another drink on the table. This time it's on us. Well, Sparks hasn't shown a propensity to spill his drinks yet, so we're still giving him the benefit of the doubt. If Fabio spills another one, then yeah, you know.
You know, if we were going to make a Marvel comic book kind of superpower out of regular players in this game, and I played with him a bunch, and every single time I'm consistently amazed by Boots' ability to have like a White Claw or a glass of wine just precariously balanced but never spill.
Oh yeah, Boots is he puts on a masterclass every time.
Yeah, it's like he's a Cirque du Soleil juggler. It's just sitting there,
Yep.
but it's never going to fall. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely right. We got a hand developing here. Avishai is in the mix. Fabio going to raise this up from the cutoff, and Avishai is not going to orphan his little babies out there. He is going to flop a whole lot of not much, and Fabio has top pair.
And sadly, don't think he's going to get any action here.
He is not. It's going to be a check, bet, and a quick fold. Avishai going to go ahead and blind himself down to 845. So it went just enough to sort of put someone to a little bit of a like, how much is that if they're all in, you know, kind of a thing. You know, I mean, it's still a respectable number of blinds. It's still close to 40, right? But
I mean, pre-flop, that's enough. Like if you get, you know, if you're late position, you get a little action in front of you, that's enough to make people have a few decisions with
Yeah.
a stack like that. But if you've called the flop at that point, you don't have a lot of wiggle room.
yeah, it's probably just gonna all get in on somewhere around 3rd Street. Sorry, 2nd Street. It's gonna be the 4th Street. There's streets and things, and I was trying to say the turn, and in my head I turned it into 2nd Street, and I don't know, Sesame Street. Once you get to Sesame Street, you're all in for sure.
Okay. Is that like next to Mr. Rogers' neighborhood? Did they play PLO there?
It's actually no. That's Deuce 7 there.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's Thomas the Tank Engine and those guys.
Okay.
They're playing. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know what just happened there, but that was fun. A little nostalgia, honestly. I don't know what the kids are listening to / watching nowadays, but it can't be as good as what we grew up with,
No,
right?
no, it will never be better than Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, ever.
Mr. Rogers, man. Mr. Rogers was some good stuff.
Very popular.
I did love me some Thomas the Tank Engine.
How old's your girlfriend?
What else did I watch? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
See, I'm a little bit too old for that. Like,
Oh, okay.
I'm
You
a-
missed out on that train?
Yeah, I'm an 80s. Like, I was born mid 70s, so like
Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
more
yeah.
of like Electric Company, 321 Contact, Fraggle Rock. When I was
Oh, okay. All right. No, I get you. Yeah. So you're the generation right before me. So you missed out on some of what I had, and I definitely missed out on what you had.
a kid. Yeah, I'm still not sure what a Pokemon is.
You put it in your pipe and you smoke it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I don't think so.
I know I've lost a few of them.
I had a Pokemon. I didn't know what it was, but I had it, and then I lost it.
She makes something.
Yeah.
none of the-
That is kind of a fun little thing that we do here.
Business must be booming.
And actually, Sparks has one on his stack, but no one else does. So it is decorative only. Slicer's got 7s.
Candy Reed is loving the Fraggle Rock reference here. So got somebody from the same viewing market as yourself.
I still don't know what it is. She sucks.
She also says red. Red green? Is that a thing? Is that what you're talking about? Red green? Do you know what I'm talking about when I
I
say
do
red
not
green?
know.
Oh, PBS show I think it was, and it was just like this. These two old men that just like it was just a bunch of little mini sketches or whatever. Pretty funny. It was mostly like redneck comedy kind of stuff. It was pretty funny though. Yeah. 10-6 deuce, two-tone slicer here. A couple of black 7s, definitely worthy of a continue here. Would love to just pick up the pot right now and be done with it. Avishai, though, sitting on 680 behind. If he has, obviously, a 10, I would say he's just going to have to get all the chips in. Even if he has just a spade flush draw, going to
This
have
is
to get it in.
Ship
but
it or fold here.
if he's got just something like, ace jack, king jack, right? Like you're just done with it, and that's the brilliance of just sort of being the aggressor. You just get to bet and deny your opponent's equity because Avishai could have had a ton of equity, right? With just like 2 overcards to the board, something like that would have had a reasonable chance of winning the hand, but he is just going to have to dick out. I almost said dick out of the way again. I don't know what it is with that word, but he's going to have to dip out. Slicer going to drag the pot. Mike Dorsey, if she doesn't find you handsome, at least she'll find you handy. That's right. There you go. Court says that's a Canadian show. Yes, but it definitely did air consistently here in the U.S. I remember watching it as a kid and mostly being like, what am I watching? And then as I got a little bit older, like once I was in like middle school, I remember watching it and being like, oh, okay, it was kind of funny. And it was a good time.
How did she learn to do it? Yeah. Like, is that a saddle? How did she learn to do that?
Squiroo here says, came from over your way, so I imagine some of y'all got into it. That super weird, strange show called Passions. Passions. I don't know, Squiroo. I have no idea.
Sounds like a soap opera.
Yeah, I never got into those. My
Yeah.
grandma, big on those. When I used to go and hang out with my grandma when I was a little kid, she would always have The Days of Our Lives or some shit on. And it was like,
you'd watch her stories with you.
I mean, I tried to get into it because, like, dude, I mean, these guys were, like, pulling out guns and stuff. I was like, what is going on? This is some heavy shit. But I couldn't follow. I mean, it was like, who's cheating on who and what? Huh? Right? There was years of complications that I wasn't privy to, so I didn't know what was going on. There is just 2 players worth of complications here as we've got 475 in the pot. Fabio, the aggressor, taking it up to 200, getting called by Sparks. 7 high board. Fabio makes a pair. Sparks with just backdoor clubs, 2 overs. And Fabio is going to hit it for the 2/3 and just take this down.
So tell me if I'm right here. I don't claim to be better than Fabio. I don't like that bet sizing. I would have done more like maybe about a little bit under half pot there if this is me. It just seems too much because you kind of, it's the kind of thing where you're going to bet that much and then you're putting too much at risk. You're like, I want you to call, but
But he didn't. With a hand like bottom pair, your bets are not designed to get value. Your bets are designed to deny equity. So at least that's the perspective of like someone who's going to bet 2/3 with bottom pair. Like they are definitely not like, I'm going to get value with this hand. It's like, no, I want you to fold because I probably have the best hand, but I might not have the best hand on the turn and or the river. So just fold now. I'm going to price you out and just pick up the pot. The same thing goes all the time for like you raise up with pocket eights and you see a 10 high board and you bet 2/3 because you're like, I don't want more cards to peel off because it's probably not going to be a set and they could make you a better pair. So I'm probably have the best hand. I just want you to fold. Equity denial is huge in this game. It's something that you should go for a lot. The tricky part is sort of balancing between like, I have a hand that has good showdown value that I don't really mind seeing more cards because you can start bluffing and I can just bluff catch, versus like, no, I should actually bet to try to get you to fold even though you have a worse hand than me. And mixing that all together, doing it consistently, doing it well is a challenge that we all are sort of trying to figure out.
that sounds like a lot of work. I'm just going to keep randomly guessing and betting.
There you go. You keep doing that and the rest of us will be quite happy.
Matt's got tens. He's going to raise it.
Will Lottie here dropping some knowledge. He says from 99 to 2007, it was a soap opera called Passions on NBC. My goodness. All right. Well, you guys are getting into a different realm than something that I'm used to or know about. Ace high board, monotone. Avishai checks it over. Matt here does have a club. And this is,
Again, this is a, well, maybe not yet, but it's close to. Yeah, I guess he can call, but
yeah.
he's now committed.
I wouldn't say he's committed. 530, stacked pot ratio of 2. Avishai can definitely make some calls with speculative hands and still get away from it. I do suspect that he's very likely to have the king of clubs in his hand when he goes for a check call on that flop. But checks once again, and Matt continues betting. And Avishai must have had something like a queen or a jack of clubs. And didn't get there. Let's go.
I was too young to like even I'd heard of it when I was in
I guess maybe I'm a little bit aggressive, but like if I'm in his spot, I don't want to get the death by 1,000 cuts. Like I know stack to pot's not there, but like, yeah, you still have room to call. But for me, it's like, okay, if I'm going in, like I don't have much. I got to pick the right spot if I'm going to do it, because I can do this 10 times, call $50, and boom, I'm dead. Like let's pick the right hand.
Yeah, and I think that there's something to that where it's like you don't allow yourself to get kind of pushed around where it's like, no, this is the hand that I'm going with. And it might only be second pair, but like, if you got me, you got me. If not, then, you know, get wrecked. And there's something to that because you don't allow yourself to sort of get pushed around. The flip side of it is that you can still chase your draws when given the appropriate price on a short stack, right? I mean, it was $50 to call if he hits the club, right? Presuming that Avishai was check calling with a club, a big club there, right? And that his club was going to be better than the 10 of clubs that Matt held. Then you can definitely check call $50 and then check the turn, and okay, you don't get there, then you're just going to fold,
Check
right?
fold,
You don't.
yeah.
I mean, what's he going to do with like queen high? Just like, oh, well, I came this far, so I guess I got to blast
Yeah,
it
it's
all
fair.
in or something, or call the 150 with queen high. You certainly don't need to be doing that. So no, we don't know what Avishai had, but I think it's totally reasonable to play it that way as well. It looks like Seth going over to check the integrity of the table after the latest fluid encounter.
bottles, you went.
We haven't had any problems with those scanners over there, though, so they seem to be operating just fine, which is good.
Matt's got jacks.
Sure does. Couple of Judys in the big blind facing this open from Pierre is going to drop in the 3-bet, and Pierre says, okay, I've seen this show before, and on the button I can definitely call with King 8 suited.
I haven't been drinking in a while.
Heads up to a flop, and what do you know? Gutter, 2 overs, and a heart flush draw. Pierre actually has a majority of the equity on this board.
Somebody is getting paid on this hand.
Well, we'll see how things develop because Pierre, with this combo draw, he can go for the check raise. Sorry, this is just going to be a raise in position if he goes for it. He can also just flat and realize his position, realize his equity in position. He is going to go for the raise here, and yeah, I think the strongest players are going to take all of their combo draws and be like, no, it's time to give him the business because I can get him to fold ace high, and then I just win with king high. And if he actually has a hand, so be it. Let's build the pot, and I'll probably drill it by the time this hand is over. Does go for the raise, 600 now for Matt. Doesn't have a heart, so he's just going to make the call.
Has he got 12 outs here? So 9 hearts, 3 sixes. Yeah.
8 of diamonds, not the card that Pierre was looking for. That's going to check it over. And now that Pierre has some showdown value, he may just decide to check back here. This is always the weirdest part about going for a raise on a big draw and then hitting a pair, and you're like, well, now do I check? And the thing is that Pierre can still bet and call an all-in, right? So he can bet, but he also doesn't have to. It's one of those things where the more risk-averse players, I think, will be like, I'm going to realize my equity, I'm going to check and see the turn, show a little bit of weakness, quote-unquote weakness, let my opponent sort of think about what's going on. The flip side of this is that this is actually a fantastic card for Pierre's raising range because he can have things like 7-6 of spades or 6-5 of spades, something like that that's going to go for the check, or sorry, it's not a check raise, just the raise on the flop, makes a straight. All of those hands are going to want to bet. And you put a ton of pressure on Matt's overpairs. And look, I mean, Matt is here with a pair of jacks, and he's just going to fold.
Yeah.
So Pierre is going to win with an inferior hand. Doesn't even need to catch up. And fantastically played. I think both players played this very well. Matt, just in a spot where all of his opponent's bluffs just still have a ton of equity or are already there. Good fold. Even though it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, he just asked me, does it make a difference? I don't know.
I just thought it was a culture thing.
Yeah. That's the only finger that it fit on. So where I put it on. Yeah.
Ahmed Syed wants to know how give we $100 for watch. Okay, so yeah, so click the link. So you can click the link above, and when the bad beat jackpot is hit at any of the TCH locations around the state of Texas, 10 lucky viewers will be selected to win $100. So follow that link, enter your name, and you will be in the mix for $100.
What is the bad beat qualifier?
I don't know what it is right now, but what it was before was like quad aces, right? It started at like quad aces beaten by a straight flush. And then it went down to quad kings, and it kept going down and down and down and down until it finally got to a full house, right? And then it was like aces full of kings beaten by straight flush or whatever, and then it went to a full house beaten by quads. And right, so like the qualifier just keeps getting quote unquote easier and easier to happen, and then eventually someone's just bound to hit it because it gets down low enough to it's like, oh well, like aces full of nines beaten.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're gonna get
like
down to where
someone's
it's
gonna do
boat
that.
over boat, and that happens 1,000 times a day.
Maybe not 1,000, but yeah, sure
Yeah,
enough. Yeah, like it happens frequently enough that it's going to hit, and it's just a matter of time. So it starts out really sort of difficult and challenging, so that the jackpot can build up, has time to build up. But I mean, help. somebody could still hit it. Right?
Wait, it doesn't happen because I've been folding second boat every single time I get it when I get faced with a bat.
Good. You
Okay.
should keep doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, second boat is never good.
Okay, good.
That's why they call it second boat. Yeah.
Okay.
It just loses. Yeah. Let's see here. So today's qualifier is a queen high straight flush. Tomorrow is a jack high straight flush. Oh, so you have to actually have a straight flush beaten by something else. I mean, that sort of,
That's a hell of a bad beat.
it's sort of impossible. Okay, no, I guess it's not impossible. You can have a queen high straight flush because
Dummy end.
you'd have the dummy end and somebody would have
Yeah.
the royal. But yeah, so I guess it just kicked off like today then, because the queen high straight flush is the best hand that you could possibly have that could also lose by playing both cards. So there you go. Noah folds, Pierre wins. On to the next hand. Getting about that time for me to go and use the restroom. So I'm going to dip out, leave y'all in the capable hands of my buddy David Pratt, and I'll be back in just a minute.
I'll make sure things don't start on fire while you're gone.
If they do, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just put them out.
I mean, I was a Boy Scout. We'll be fine.
Perfect. All right. I shall return.
Topo Chico would be awesome. Thank you. Pierre's going to drag a monster $40 profit with King 10 off. Good for him. He is celebrating the release of the remaster of Grand Theft Auto by dressing like a West Coast gangster. I'm proud of him. And I don't know if the 7 deuce game is on, but I don't know if it matters. Fabio's just raised 7 deuce off to $100. I absolutely love this move, except that he's doing it into ace king. Well, we're about to find out if the 7 deuce game is on or not. And it is not.
I had it once. I wasn't sure if you were playing it. I wanted to 4-bet with it. I never get it.
Spark's still the big winner here with 18.4, and that all happened right when we kicked off. Had a couple hands in a row where he functionally stacked Fabio in about 2 hands. Feel bad for the guy. Nine 10 off in late position raised. I like that. It's something actually, I don't know if I like it because it's something I would do. So I don't know if it's a good idea to do that or not, but I certainly find it fun, except Noah's got ace queen. So we definitely have a 3-bet coming here. And let's just see how big it is. I'm betting about, 400. This will make it easier for Fabio to get out of the way, though. You missed a 7 dewey. I don't think the game's on, but
Somebody did it for the love of the game.
yep, exactly.
Oh, nice. Camera a little out of focus. Coming on back.
And Fabio is gonna flop a kind of not great flush draw, but calling 6-3 suited, facing a 3-bet. That's possibly the best result you can get from that outside of flopping a straight flush. No, it does have the ace of clubs, though. So this is going to make it a little bit easier for him to bet here.
Does fire out 400, 1/3 pot size bet here. Slicer with second pair. His cards hit the muck. Fabio here with the front door clubs. Going to come in for a raise.
I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, I didn't see the pre-flop action, so I'm not sure exactly what we're working with. Who was the aggressor here?
It was a bet, 3-bet, excuse me, bet, call, 3-bet, and then
call.
Yeah.
My goodness. Okay, so Fabio coming in for the raise, repping 7s and 9s. And Noah here with just the ace high is going to have to get out of the way, even though it's sort of like, what the hell are you doing with this? Doing this with, like, okay, I guess you just have 7s or 9s, and no, 6 high. All right, so we've got about 40 minutes until we can do our gamble again. Going to do my obligatory points check, earn 1 more.
Right now we're at a push. My goal is I don't want to end up into you for 20 bucks at the end of the night. So we got to, I'm rooting for myself. I got to win this bet.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want you to be totally down and out, but I also could use some Taco Bell on
Okay, that's fair.
Pratt's tab.
I mean, honestly, if you do win and you promise to spend it on Taco Bell, I won't feel bad about it.
I do promise.
Okay,
I
cool.
promise. I'm not going to spend it all in one sitting because the $20 worth of Taco Bell.
That's like a week's worth of meals, 20 bucks at Taco Bell.
Maybe not a week, but it's certainly more than I want to consume in one sitting. That actually feels just painful to think about. Really.
You might die, actually.
I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do that. 10 high board here. Spark's going to go ahead and come away with the best hand.
Backdoor flush for Fabio, but
Let's have backdoor straight draw as well with the overcard. Ace high, going to be good sometimes. Sparks can definitely be 3-betting light. As we can see, the 10-8 suited going to be in there. That means there's a bunch of other stuff. Stuff like a Jack-9 suited, things of that nature. So I do think the ace-5 is a reasonable continue. Going to be playing it out of position, though, so going to want to really pick up some equity here. 4 hearts is what I was going to say. What if he gets the 4 of hearts and bingo right there on the turn, full-blown nut equity card. Fabio vaults up to 35%.
I would check raise this if I'm Fabio. If he bets, I would check raise this.
You pretty much are obligated to. Sparks is going to check back, so Fabio not going to get the opportunity, and now he's going to be like, aw, I would have much rather check raised, but now I just have ace high. And what do I do now? When your opponent checks back, sometimes your ace high is just good, but can you really check and call a bluff? Ugh, you probably just can't. So you check it over, and you hope that he just knuckles back a jack high, and you just take down this 1K pot. But it's not to be. Sparks is going to go for some thin value, I do believe, and I think he's going to put something like 400, maybe 500 out there.
Yeah. This is a tough call.
400 or 500. Yeah.
3-1, but still, I would not make this call. Even though it's the correct decision here, in general.
I don't know that it is necessarily. I mean, ace high here would be a losing.
Seeing the cards, it's a correct decision not to call is what I'm getting at.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to go for the raise, the check raise.
I like where this is going.
The problem here is that I am not sure if Fabio can represent a credible hand here. Look at the look on Sparks' face. He's like, wait, what? How do you have something that check raises me?
Do you have a set? Do you have... You don't have 5-7. Maybe 6s?
No, Fabio has this is like a good queen. This is only a good
river
queen. And if it's only a good queen, then Sparks just has to call. And I think Sparks is going to call. He's definitely not understanding this line, and I think if Fabio had been given the ability to sort of stand back, take a little distance from the hand and be like, and then what if you did this? Like, he's just not going to believe you. And he doesn't believe him. He makes the call. Fabio says ace high, and pair of tens is good. Yeah, it's just not a credible line. That's the problem.
Oh, I have never once bluffed ever, so I don't really know how to.
Yep.
I've semi-bluffed on a flush draw, but that's as close as I've ever come.
Okay. All right. Well, I do appreciate that you've at least tried that. Because there are a lot of people, man, I will tell you something.
Maybe the check raise turn, like.
There's a whole world of people out there. If they get a flush draw, check call. Check behind, whatever it is. They just want to check. They want to get there. They want to get the flush, and then they bet the pot.
You know,
And when I see that kind of play happening, it's just like, thank you, sweet baby Jesus, because now I don't have to worry about you ever having a flush when you're betting, right? When you're
Yeah.
betting from the beginning and the flush completes, I can rep the flush, and I can make you fold. But if you're just checking and calling or whatever, then you can have the flush, right? And they make it super easy to play against.
well, I'm going to repeat what I said last week: is to have implied odds, you have to have odds to imply. So, you know, if you really are
Wise.
committed to that, you gotta.
Queen 8-8 here. Noah, the pre-flop aggressor, putting in the 3-bet, getting called from Slicer out of position. Slicer, though, under the gun. He's going to have a little bit of a strong-ish range here. Of course, we are just 7-handed.
Is that
So going to loosen
125?
things up a little bit.
150.
Yeah, Noah going to go ahead and put out a little C-bet there, and Slicer probably sitting on something like pocket fours or something, and it's just like, okay, I lose. Looks like Avishai has topped himself off.
I think he did.
Or
yeah.
did he win a hand while I was out?
I did not see him win a hand, but he's got some blacks in his stack
Okay,
now, so
so-
I think he did top off.
Yeah, a little bit of a topper offer, understandable. When you get down to like 500 when you bought in for 1K, and you're just kind of like testing the waters, going to see what happens. It's like you get down to 500, you're like, dude, this is just going in at any given moment, and I want a little more playability than that.
I mean, if you want to be super annoying, you can keep a bunch of blacks in the cup holder next to you, and after every blind or after every, just pop another $100 on there.
Yeah.
50 would be like 1 in 1,500.
She's saying I got it in good.
Tucker Downs here says that the beef stew and cornbread is about to be done. Is it better to have a good supper or hit the TCH tables? Well, honestly, I think it's best to do both.
Yeah. Embrace the power of and, my friend.
Yeah, dude, plow down that stew and then hit the tables, bro. You'll be so pumped and energized, you'll be ready to go.
Or bring the stew with you and make everybody else jealous.
Yeah. Oh, you're sitting there eating a bowl of warm stew
Yeah.
at the table in front of everybody else. Yeah, that's enough to soften them up. All right, Avishai here, checking and calling on the flop. Checking once again on the turn. Don't know what he's got, but he's folding as Slicer continues for a small sizing with the 8s. Just kind of middle of the road merge. Trying to get value from a little bit worse. Fold out the equity from a little bit worse. Yeah. All right. Well, there we go. We're going to go ahead and continue along here. TCH Live, a Monday edition. 76 likes on the counter. A couple hundred of you fine folks hanging out with us tonight. If you haven't, please do help us out. Hit that like button. We do appreciate you.
I thought Matt was a better player than that. He just folded the nuts. Deuce 4 off.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Matt's one of the best players I know. He's a fantastic player, and I can't believe he. I'm
Tell you
disappointed.
what, if I win the next gamble, points gamble for $20, I will pony up the $20 for Matt to get lessons from you on how to play the 40s.
Okay.
How much time is required for him to learn?
It's not an advanced thing.
Okay.
There's a lot of strategy involved in it. I don't know, maybe a 10, 15-minute conversation. But he has to promise
Okay.
to listen to me and take me seriously.
Okay. Carolyn is in the house. What's up, Carolyn? She's ready to gamble. She's got almost as many points as me. Or does she have more than me? Oh, my good Lord. I am ready to gamble. But should we do a three-way? I don't know. I found that very funny. But She has 424 points. I have 394. That's right. I lost both of them back to back. I don't have as many points as Carolyn. Damn it. We could do a trio battle
I mean, let me
extraordinaire.
see how much I have. I should be down a little bit more than 10 because I have been accruing.
Well, you're probably gonna have like 11 now.
Probably 11 or 12.
It could be anywhere between 600 years to like 50.
You got 11. There
Oh.
it is. We could do a three-way battle, but that might be challenging. Otherwise, I would be also willing to gamble 20 against you and 20 against Carolyn on the same roll.
My thinking was
So
you wouldn't expect
maybe that's just the easiest way to do it. 8-6 of hearts, Noah, here with the 9-8 of clubs. Going to complete. So 5 ways to a flop. Here we go. Multi-way action on TCH Live with only 3 scanners working. And the ones that are working are the ones that have liquid spilled all over them. King 5 deuce, a flop that only Gordon could love. Says King 4 deuce. Wasn't that King 5 deuce?
Again, the power of the deuce 4. Imagine if you had called deuce 4 here.
Dude. Well, maybe one of these fine gentlemen do have that hand. We
I've
just
been,
don't know it.
for months, Pierre and I have been talking about this, and so he could be listening to me.
Oh, Pierre might be. He might be in there with it. Okay, all right. It is
Yeah.
indeed a 5. We must have had a mucked card sort of swiped across the scanner at the
Oh, it's a
wrong
5.
time.
Oh.
Yeah. King 5 deuce. Another king on the turn. Heads up between Pierre and Avishai, as Avishai has shown a tendency to sort of play a little close to the vest here. Wouldn't expect him to be in here without something. Checky on the turn. Pierre going to continue checking, and Avishai now.
He's thinking about a bet.
Backdoor hearts comes in. No, I think he's just looking to check like something like a 4.
He's
No.
got a pocket pair.
No, he is going to go ahead and bet now.
300.
Yeah, 300. We try to get a little scan in on the cards. Doesn't work. Avishai's cards don't scan either. Oh, there it is. Ace 4 of hearts. Backed into the heart flush. There it is. All right, flopped pair, backed into the heart flush. It all checks out. Avishai did indeed have something. All right, Carolyn says, you decide I'm game for whatever. Cool. I will gamble my TCH Live loyalty points against your brand new house. I decided, and you said you're game for whatever, so there we go.
Can I get in on that?
Nope.
Damn it.
Although if I win Carolyn's house, then you can come over and hang out in the backyard.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. We'll throw the ball. It'll be
Cool.
fun. We have to wait another 20 minutes, though, Carolyn. So like 20, 25 minutes, and then we can fire it up. Also, Carolyn, do you have a good backyard? Like, do you have a spot where I can throw the ball with Pratt?
And how's the workbench situation in the garage? Can I bring some tools over?
I mean, if I'm the proprietor of the home, then yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I like tools. Tools are good. You like to wrench on cars, or what do you do with tools?
Just general. Now, I used to do a bunch, when I owned a house, I used to do a bunch of home brewing, which you kind of collect
Oh,
equipment
nice.
and stuff. And I
What kind of beers?
I typically would do my best one, which wasn't the greatest, but it was pretty damn good beer.
Consumable. Okay.
Belgian wit beers. I love to brew.
Wit beers. Okay. All right. Bet and a call. Pierre not done with the deuces just yet, and actually a pretty darn good card on the turn for him as well. Sparks going to go ahead and slow it down with a check, and Pierre could go for probe, deny equity with the deuces here.
Yeah, I would do maybe about 150.
Couple hundred here, says Pierre, and Sparks is just going to very likely have to ditch this hand. If he's not going to continue, oh, I take it all back. He is, oh, it was a bet of 100. I thought it was 2. So just a bet of 100, he can go ahead and continue. Some of his outs, or his pair outs, will just be live. But 10-9. Wait, what? Pierre folded the best hand?
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah. Why did Pierre misread that?
Either Pierre's hand scanned in incorrectly and he didn't have deuces.
I'm willing to bet that's probably what it was.
What else could he have?
Oh. Sparks had 10s.
Sparks had 10s. He got his neighbor's card scanned in somehow, or? Okay, very confusing, but it was not 10-9, it was 10-10. Okay, 10-10 beats deuce-deuce.
Yeah,
Okay, checks out.
I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Carolyn wants to know if she's invited to hang out in the backyard. Yes. Yes.
How's the,
100%.
how's the grill situation? Gas, charcoal?
I'm not sure what she's rocking, but I'm a gas man.
Okay.
You?
I agree with you just because it's simple. Taste the meat, not the heat. The old Hank Hill philosophy. It's the best way to go.
Yeah. Absolutely right. There's something about the charcoal prep and just all of it that just sucks. The soot, you know? Gas, that's where it's at. You fire it up, you get it done. But yeah, no, I am a man that likes to wrench on my car and sort of do handyman type stuff, you know, build things like I build sheds and things like that. I've changed alternators and starters and do oil and all that stuff, brakes. But I haven't ever done a clutch or any engine transmission work. So that's sort of where I've gotten to and been like, you know what, I'm just not going to do that.
Well, that's the level where you graduated into, like, you need a lift and everything. Like
Exactly.
Yeah, that's...
That level of toolage is a little bit more expensive and requires more storage space and all of that. So, like, yeah, there's also an aspect of, like, I don't want to swear at my car as much as I would for that job because I already do enough of it when I just change the damn oil and the brakes or something.
I'm a big believer in the economic principle of comparative advantage, too. For stuff like that, I'm going to let somebody who's good at it pay them because it's worth more money. It's worth
Even
more.
though you pay them like 5 times more than what you should, right? You're
Yeah.
like, God damn it. Like, there's just no way that costs that much, right?
Yeah, but the time and investment for me to do it is going to
True.
be way more expensive.
No, absolutely. I just feel like there's this like nebulous middle ground that should exist, which is smart people that are good at what they do should be doing that job without having to X, Y, and Z, which is all of the hurdles and things that come between just a person that wants to do a job and actually being able to do the job.
Yeah.
Right? So I would like to see a world within which that was possible, and it would be a lot cheaper for all of us to get our cars repaired and all of the things done with that comparative advantage. But no, when you have licensing and all of the nonsense that comes with bureaucracy, you're just always going to have bottlenecks, and it's going to make it so that certain people can charge 5 times more than they should for stuff.
They stopped streaming after 4 hours. Is that right? 4 hours.
Welcome to Car Talk with Aaron and David. Next week's topic will be right to repair.
Right to repair.
It's just like a friend thing.
Oh, I thought you had like. I thought
Man,
you were
how much this world has changed. The fact that right to repair is like a thing. For those of you that don't know what right to repair is, it's sort of this concept that the consumer should be able to acquire any and all parts to repair any and all things that a consumer would otherwise buy. You want to fix your washing machine and you need the motor, like you should be able to buy that at a reasonable cost without going through some sort of like licensed whatever bullshit, right? And people are taking that to cell phones and all sorts of different consumer items. And the world that we used to live in, not even that long ago. I mean, back in the 70s, the 80s, back when like you and I were kids.
Oh yeah, you could fix
Everybody
everything.
was doing it. There were catalogs. You got a catalog in the mail, giant freaking booklet that had all of the parts, and they encouraged you to buy the damn things.
Well, where it hits nowadays, I mean, it hits normal people too, but the big one where it really hits is farmers. Like, they can't fix their tractor. Even if they replace the part, the tractors, modern tractors are built, it won't start if it wasn't replaced by an authorized service person.
Because they had to enter the code.
And they
or
have to
some dog
reset
shit?
the service key.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Which, I don't know if we want to go down this, but it's an interesting one because...
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that there should be the controversy around it that, you know, some people will place on it, which is like, I just think that people should be free to do what they want to do.
Yeah, I
as long
own
as
this
it
thing.
doesn't-
I should be able to do whatever I want to it. This is mine.
Yeah. It's like we've sort of reached a different level, a different plane of existence, which is like we license so many things, right? It's like you license X, Y, or Z in the sort of internet sphere, right? And because you're licensed, like you license your Windows, Excel, and whatever, right? And, like people are paying a yearly subscription now for these sorts of things, and that's like standard, and we've gotten used to it, and that's a thing. Instead of like you buy it and you get updates for a year or 2 years or whatever, and then they're like, you got to buy it again.
Well,
And
it's not a bad model, but you gotta
not.
It's the if I'm gonna pay a license for my car, great. Then I stop paying the license, you take the car back, but it's now on you to make sure that my car is still running because I'm paying you for a running car.
Yes. And so it's a constant like push and pull between the consumer and the providers of, okay, we'll take some of the responsibility off of you, but you have to pay us more or whatever. And we push and we pull back, and that's sort of the natural market forces and in action. And then sometimes the pendulum will swing too far, and it's like, wait a minute, everything's subscription based, and now you're like, no, we're not going to fix that unless you let us fix it at 5 times the rate because whatever.
And
Anyways,
now
we've
we've
let
got a
poker
hand.
go by the wayside for a little while. Matt's got kings.
And
And wins.
it's not a hand anymore.
I almost gave you action because like I just felt that.
We're getting a pretty good interaction with this whole concept of right to repair and farming, and yeah, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of so many different things, and this is the thing too, is that so many people don't understand what's out there. Farmers have to deal with these sorts of issues, getting the seeds. You have to buy a whole new thing of seeds. You can't use last year's seeds, and you certainly can't harvest seeds off of your crops this year to use them next year because you didn't pay Monsanto or whatever.
And
to
you
get
have the
those
license to the seeds. There's the classic lawsuit of the farmer who's the field next to him. Some of the seeds came off the plant and
Yes.
germinated in his field, and he got sued.
And now his crop doesn't actually belong to him because it was licensed by his neighbor.
Yeah.
That is when it's gone too far, in my opinion. But how do you deal with this? Right?
Well, the solution is we all need to rise up in violent revolution. This should just happen right now. And to be clear,
David Pratt.
that
ladies and
was a
gentlemen.
joke. That was absolutely a joke. Don't do that.
Yeah, dude. In today's world of cancel culture, David Pratt just came right out and said some funny stuff that is going to get him canceled. No, I'm just kidding, of course. But no, it's like
That's very tilting.
how right? It's just so challenging of how do we all, as rational human beings, the rational human beings that exist, anyways, how do we deal with these sorts of issues in meaningful ways? And it's challenging, and that will forever be the human condition at work. All right, raise to 75. Some human condition in action right here as Sparks is ready to get in there with the 6 triz.
I don't see Pierre. I don't know what he has, but he's never
4
folding
deuce.
this.
Let's go. Pierre's got the 4 deuce.
Please,
I'm calling
Pierre.
it now.
If I tell you what, if Pierre plays the 4 deuce tonight, I will go out there and I will. I don't know. I'll think of some sort of prize to give him.
Will you spill a beverage on the table?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Our wedding song is actually about a guy cheating on his.
All right. 8-7 tray, 2-tone. Couple of spades out there. No spades in sight as far as we can tell, but Matt here is going to go ahead and bet the 2 overs in the back doors to the tune of 125. Fabio going to ditch the second pair there. Multi-way, it's definitely fine. You have to spread out the minimum defense frequency, and being first to act sort of sucks.
Yeah, and you're in
so
the
I
middle
get
there.
it, but I also think that 7 is a little bit too strong to fold for 125. But it's sort of, I don't know, it's neither here nor there. Matt's going to go ahead and take this one down. We're going to move on.
I mean, maybe he was thinking it's the discretion is a better part of valor. Like, yeah, I could call this, but
Yeah.
screw it. Move on to the next hand.
Yeah, Tucker Downs here. He says that he doesn't agree with every part being available, etc., because he thinks that affects a business's ability to be efficient, and they have to have sales infrastructure and everything. But avoiding a warranty because you replaced a battery or a motor in your washer is so obviously messed up. And I think that's exactly the meat of it, right? Which is that just so much as the ability. Like, okay, so here's my perspective on it. The right to repair as some sort of mandate of, like, you must provide every single part
Yeah, no, I'm not a
on
big fan of
everything,
that, yeah.
whatever, that I want in order to address any repairs that I want. Like, by law, you should have to provide that
no.
to me. you shouldn't have to do that. I disagree with that. But I do think that this push towards like we're not going to make any of this available. You're going to have to go through a licensed repair.
And if you use the third-party part, like you're not
then
using
you
the right
void
brake
your
pads.
warranty and all that, right? Then it's like you start to criminalize your own customer base for wanting to do their own work.
Yeah.
And then that's the pendulum swinging too far the other way. There's a middle ground, which is that there's a symbiosis between the manufacturers, the consumers, and the people in between, which some of those people are just like third-party repair people that need to be able to have access to the parts in order to mitigate the problems that are going to naturally arise. And if you just completely zero those people out and it's just all manufacturers and they're licensed people and then the consumers on the other side, there's a big gap in between. And, you know, the natural market forces will push all of that stuff out of the way if given the opportunity to do so.
You know, it's funny, you were talking about, I read an article today. There is, I don't remember the details, but it was something along the lines of because of all the supply chain issues, parts are hard to find. Used tractors, like older used tractors at auction today, are going for more than new tractors are, just because it's so hard to find them. And if I'm a farmer, like I need a tractor. Like my tractor's broken. It's not like, oh, I can't, you know, get to work or anything. It's literally like I need to do this, otherwise I go out of business.
Yeah. No, the same thing is happening with used cars. Maybe not for the same like business rationale, but like I literally, so I wrecked my car in a big rainstorm many months ago now, and was looking to, you know, potentially buy a new car, and brand new vehicles are just non-existent.
Yeah, they're unobtainium. Like, they just don't exist.
The MSRP is like, okay, here's a price that I could like potentially afford, and I might be interested. 0 cars available within 750 miles of you. Okay, cool. Let's look at Carvana. Okay, here's a 2-year-old car with like 30,000 miles. So like, you know, it's new-ish. It's a new car. Going for more than MSRP.
Yeah. It's funny. Why does everyone?
We're playing.
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Okay.
Queen 10-4 flop. A couple of clubs. 1 diamond. Every player that wants to continue is going to have to ditch 1 card and go down to 2. Do have a bet from Slicer here. Has the top and bottom pair here. Fabio going to make the call here, likely to ditch the king here. Go with the ace-10. Matt is in here as well. Going to ditch. No, not going to ditch the queen. He's going to call with the top and bottom. Sorry, Fabio with the, or Slicer with the bottom 2 pair. What on earth is going on? Clearly some things have gone awry here.
Yeah, we don't know what Fabio's discarded.
Something is very much wrong. Matt should have been calling with the queen 4, but he's not in here. We show an X through the 4 for Slicer, but he did not keep the king 5. Sorry, king, the 10, 10-5. My goodness, words are hard. Fabio, if he's in here, he certainly wouldn't have ditched anything other than the king, but why would he be betting as well? He did not bet. No, this is Avishai betting? I'm sorry. I don't understand what's happening. I'm not sure that the action tracker understands what's happening. There's a 3 of clubs on the turn. And a deuce of diamonds on the river.
And Slicer does not have cards.
Yeah, a lot of bad things happened here.
Yeah.
I do apologize to everyone that had to witness this hand, but somebody won and somebody lost, and we're moving right along because that hand sucked, and let's forget it ever happened.
You know, it's a shame because this is, I think, the first time I've seen Pineapple on this stream. Maybe it's happened before, but this is the first time I've seen it, and it's actually a really fun game just to play regular. Like I've played it in a home game a few times, and it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so Tucker here, he's like, whoa, never seen this game before. What's it called? Pineapple. Yeah, Pineapple, it's no limit hold'em. The exact same game, except you start with 3 cards instead of 2. You see a flop, you discard a card, and you continue on for the remainder of the hand with your hold'em hand. But you got that sort of extra functionality of having 3 cards, seeing the flop, and deciding which route you're going to go. Let's say that you've got, like, I've either got 2 pair or I've got a flush draw, right? Or I've got a pair and a good kicker, or I could go for, like, a pair and a straight draw or something, right? And it's like you get to decide which direction you're going to go. Gives you some more flexibility. That is the game of Pineapple.
It just adds a little extra subtlety to it that makes it a little. It's a nice palate cleanser every now and then.
I do enjoy some pineapple. I do, both the fruit and on pizza, much to the chagrin of Carolyn Hapgood. Wait a minute.
You're a pineapple pizza guy?
So I am not against it. I'm not like super pro whatever, but I will eat it. Carolyn has never had it. We had a wager. Here's the thing, Carolyn. We had a wager where if I was better at Bop It than Carolyn, she had to eat pineapple pizza. But she was better at Bop It. What was it that I have to do, Carolyn? What do I have to do with you?
Something equivalently disgusting. Like, that's a war crime, making someone eat pineapple pizza. Like, that's.
Oh,
that's,
you're one of those people?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
like,
sorry. You should. When was the last time you tried pineapple pizza?
Never, because I'm not a monster.
Oh, you're in the same boat as Carolyn. You've never tried it, so you don't know.
I'm sure I've had a bite of it every now and then by accident.
No. You
but
don't
like,
get. You don't get to do that now. You don't get to say, "I'm sure I did it." Whatever.
Aaron, read the Bible. It's in there. Thou shalt not put pineapple on pizza.
The Bible shalt not tell me how to enjoy my pizza. All right, we may or may not have an all-in from Avishai and a call from Sparks. Slicer has queen high, and that doesn't win. 6s stuff. Set of 6s.
Let's see. Yeah.
And Slicer sort of does the just obligatory, like, let's just double this guy up. He hasn't gone all in yet for a while, and here we go. Oh, God, it's drink gin. That's right. Oh, no, I really don't want to drink gin. Okay. Okay, Carolyn. But I do remember that if I won, she had to eat pineapple pizza with me. If I won, she had to do a shot of gin with me. So we are doing a shot of gin.
I mean, good gin is delicious.
But have you shot gin and enjoyed it?
I don't know if I do a shot at, like, just straight gin. If it's good gin, you can make it sipping gin. But just doing, like, a shot of gin,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be bad. It's just not going to be, like, what's the point?
The man that's, like, appalled by the thought of eating pineapple pizza is like, hey, a shot of gin, it's not going to be bad.
It's just
a
a
shot
waste.
of gin is not good.
It's a waste. Like, it's like doing a shot of scotch. Like, why would you do that?
A shot of scotch is infinitely better than a shot of gin. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that.
Yeah, but it's just it's not fit for purpose. You should be sipping it.
Okay, I will agree with you there. Noah here agrees with raising with the ace-queen suited and winning because no one wants to play. Roger Garrison says, same with tequila. Tequila, I think there are many tequilas that I've had where shooting it is perfectly acceptable and sipping it is also perfectly acceptable. I've had, dude, like a really good añejo, really like, and you're just sipping it and it's super smoky. It's like a scotch.
And
it's like you're
delicious.
drinking a scotch. Yeah.
But like Cuervo, the shitty stuff, like, no, put some salt on it. Just let me.
Yeah, it needs to go down as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's paint thinner in this. I don't care. Let's just get this over with.
Yeah. And gin, even good gin, there's just never a time and place to do a shot of gin unless you've lost a wager. And I lost a wager against Carolyn, so we're doing shots of gin. She says, I don't think that was the agreement. No, it absolutely is. You are doing a shot of gin with me. I will make sure. Here's the deal, Carolyn. And to anybody here in the chat that knows what I know, drop a deuce in the chat if you know what I know, which is that the botanist gin is effing amazing.
It is delicious.
Okay, you're aware of
very
the
good.
botanist.
Yeah.
High five.
It's very good. Very, very good.
So me and Carolyn and perhaps Pratt are going to do a shot of botanist. And that is actually
yeah.
If you're going to do a shot of gin, you better do a shot of the botanist.
Yeah.
No, when I first discovered the botanist, I was just getting into a gin kick. I was sort of like turning over rocks and being like, what the hell is under here? This is a whole new experience. And because my previous experience with gin had been like shitty gin and tonics, at a party, and it was like, okay, that's whatever. Or 21st birthday, here's a shot of gin, right? That was how you really just like stuck it to your buddy, like, let's fuck this guy over.
Yeah.
And then I started having some really good gins and was like, wait, this is like real alcohol that
And
you don't
like,
just
there's
hate?
interesting flavors here, and this could be a good base for interesting Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. And I had the botanist, and it was one of those moments of just like bliss.
Yeah.
Like this is good. This is really good. And it's an alcohol that I just don't have much experience with. And since then, I'm a gin guy. Carolyn says that she'll do tequila and that we'll drink the gin. I don't know if that was the deal. I don't know.
I thought about paying.
Paul D ordered a medium pizza tonight and ate all of it except for one pizza. One piece. I hope it had pineapple on it.
I hope it didn't.
Dude, it's actually good.
No, it's terrible.
Oh, it's time to gamble. Are you guys ready? Okay.
Let me get my points.
I'm gonna check points first, and then we're on. Okay, so I got $20 on my roll against both Pratt and Carolyn.
Okay, let's see what I got here. I'm going to do all except 10.
Takes a little more than.
Wait, all except 10, but you.
Oh, I have 12, so I'm just shoving. I'm going to do 12.
Yeah, we're all in. It's for 12. All right, it's for 12. Carolyn, are you ready? Let's do this.
Stiff wind.
Who's going first?
I'll go first because I'm the short stack.
All right, Pratt's all in, then me, then Carolyn. Let's go, people. We can do this.
87.
What? You got an 87? I don't even see it yet. Oh, no. That's going to be tough to beat. Oh, come on. 91! You got to be kidding me. Let's go.
This is cheating.
Carolyn, get in here. Punt your points.
It's rigged.
That's sick as hell. 79, dude. You beat her, though. But I beat both, so I win $40 and the points. Yeah. $20 there, bro.
All right. Hold on.
Taco Bell galore. Taco Bell for like a month at this rate. Oh, man. How did I beat this? If you had told me that I was going to beat an 87 and a 79, I wouldn't have believed you.
Enjoy your filthy money.
I am going to just astronomically enjoy it. Noah here has Jack 9, which is a pair of jacks. He bet the flop, bet the turn, and here we are on the river trying to decide if he wants to go for a third street of value. A little bit tricky here. Pierre calling in position. He is just going to shut it down with a check. Pierre checks behind. Pair of jacks is no good as... Wait, Noah turns over queen 10. How on earth is jack 9 over there? What the F?
Pierre has king jack. And
I feel like our deck may have been scanned in wrong. It feels like everything was off by 1. It was jack 9 of clubs and it was queen 10 shown.
yeah.
So whoever scanned in the cards must have gotten off syncopation by 1. And this deck of cards must not have been scanned in appropriately.
This is going to be a fun mental exercise. We're going to be on the fly translating.
Okay, so everything at least, yeah, it's somewhere in the deck. It's off by 1. That's too hard. That's not good for my brain. Can we go to the other deck or something? You switched it? Okay, so the deck has been switched and we're back at some point in the past, present, and or future.
I mean, there are two fundamental problems of computer science are naming things, cache consistency, and off by 1 errors.
Off by 1 errors are bad.
Yeah.
And that's what we're in the middle of. But apparently it's been corrected at some point in the future, so
Good.
we'll get back there. Yes, sir. No. Oh, what do we? Oh.
18-year-old Scotch, neat, please.
What's that? Oh, yes, please. Can I have one of those? All right, delicious beverages incoming. Neat's fine.
I will have a tiny finger, just a splash.
All right, here we go. Carolyn called me a luck box. Thank you. Appreciate you. Roger Garrison says running hot. It must be after that one. Yeah, beating an 87 and a 79. I was like dead certain I was just going to give them all the money, but nope. The good thing is that we all won TCHLive loyalty points, so
true.
there's a silver lining there.
It's true.
Paul D says shoot Hendrix. It's the smoothest gin. So I do like Hendrix. Of the brands of gin that I will drink, it's like Hendrix comes in I guess I would probably say second after the Botanist, actually. So yeah, Hendrix is quite good. If you haven't had the Botanist, though, definitely do get a bottle. It's like not that expensive. It's like $50 for a 750.
And it's not. That's the nice thing about gin. It's kind of like whiskey in that there is no such thing as one gin, just like there's no such thing as one whiskey.
Yeah.
There's a big spectrum of flavors and.
Yeah, all the different botanicals that they put in there. Really, really cool. The making of gin, you know, like, yeah, when it comes to whiskeys or vodkas or whatever, it's just kind of like
Perfect. Thank you.
you put the stuff in the still and you do the thing. And like with gin, it's like you dig up all the different herbs and whatever the hell.
It's gonna take some work.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you
Cheers, sir.
cheers.
Speaking of whiskey,
Is that the money you won for me? You took off, tried to run it up. And
I was only even that night. The only money I
Astringent?
won was from you.
mild. I like it. This is good.
Got a nice little smoky
Smooth.
palate.
Yeah, smoky and
Oh, rum.
starts off astringent and then gets smoky. I like that.
I like it. Andy Bartolone here is trolling us. Thank you for that. Appreciate you.
That's my job, not yours, sir.
Why do they do it on Monday?
Oh, no. Sorry. He says he can name several others if we like the Botanist. Sorry. I thought he was trolling me.
I mean, good quality
Sorry,
basic
Andy.
bitch.
I would
gin.
love to hear your other gins. Please do
Tanqueray
tell.
10 is it's basic, but like if you want to make a gin and tonic, Tanqueray 10 is good.
Oh,
It's
sure.
good.
Yeah. Oh, and it's quite strong.
Yeah.
As well. Somebody just reminded me that there's football happening, and I actually have. I'm fine. Good. I'm glad. I'm playing Seth this week. Okay. All right. Good. George Kittle did just score a touchdown for me about 45 minutes ago. Did you beat me in poker? You beat me with the 7 deuce because you're a luck box. Fuck.
Not getting another dollar.
Get wrecked. You definitely don't belong in the playoffs after punting off your three best players. Okay, taking a look at my fantasy team. I am down by 1 point with 1/2 to play. Cooper Kupp needs 1 reception for any yards, and I will win that league. And then in the other one, apparently, I'm beating Seth. He says that I don't need to worry about that one, so that's good. Let's take a look, though. I just want to be sure that this is true. And indeed, I am up by 18 points. Okay, I like that. Debo Samuel, though, is having a game. He's got some points. So it's not over yet. All right, cool.
I like this race from Fabio, mainly because it made him $30.
Winning is good.
What's that feel like?
Winning?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't done it in a while.
Yeah, me neither.
You should go back there for a week just to see how it's.
That's not true. I did win a few $100 earlier playing 2-5, but it didn't really feel like I won because I had a set and I lost to a gut shot that got there.
Again, moral victory though. You know, it's the you were supposed to win.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Pierre, going to go ahead and let go of the 7-6 off suited variety. Andy Bartolone says, note to self, restock the gin in his cabinet. Absolutely. Bar Hill and his everyday gin is New Amsterdam. Yeah, New Amsterdam is sort of, it's smooth enough. It's definitely smooth enough to make a good cocktail out of, but yeah, I don't know. Hendrix and Botanist, I think, are a step above. Noah here, going to go ahead and call the raise to 75 after betting 25 on this flop. Does have the backdoor club flush draw. Slicer here with the second pair raising. Sort of curious. Oh, this is all pre-flop. I'm sorry. We just now got the action caught up. It was a check, a bet from Slicer, and a call from Noah. Off to the Queen of Diamonds on the turn. Slicer going to feel much better about his 6. Definitely can continue for value. He does for 2/3. And Noah, once again, should probably feel like this is a spot to call. But no, he is going to get away from it, and that is going to save him some money. I think ace-jack high here. Blind versus button. Like, what does he have that's better than ace-jack?
Yeah.
Right? I'm calling. I'm losing more money there, but that's me. I mean, certainly there's pairs, you know, pocket 8s, pocket 9s. I mean, any of that shit.
But for that much money, it's the kind of thing of like, I'm not going to do that every single time, but it's the, I don't want to be exploitable.
Yeah, I mean, ace-jack high, button versus blind, like, that's a pretty good hand. I don't know.
Avishay's got deuces. Raising deuces. Oh, no, it's just a flat.
Yeah, quad deuces, by the way, today would earn you $3,000. If you make quad deuces, you get $3 grand. That is part of our high hand promotion. As I think tomorrow it goes to, what, pocket 3s? Does it go that direction, or does it go the other direction? Did it work its way down to deuces? I guess I'm not sure, but in any case, we have the quads promo, and it just sort of cycles around.
I think this is a fairly straightforward call here. This is 3 ways. Just do some set mining.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't fold here with the deuces. Avishai does have a sizable stack now after doubling up there. Does have 2K now in front of him. Does really want to find a deuce, doesn't. Matt finds 2 jacks, though, so he is going to flop gin.
Nice thing about this, too, is especially here, it's really, really easy. Okay, I'll just flat, and then really easy to get away from this.
Paul D here wants to know the football score. I guess he can't search the internet, so it's 21-7. San Francisco out in front, beginning of the 3rd quarter, if that is indeed what you were looking for. As Matt is going to bet his trip jacks here to the tune of 125. 1/3 pot size bet thereabout. Avishai says not just yet. And I think this is correct. I mean, we can all see that he is way, way, way behind, losing to the trips of Matt. But when you have a pair in your hand on a paired board like this, like, it's just so unlikely that your opponent is going to have you beat. Right? Like, what are they going to have? They're going to have a jack sometimes, and then other times they're going to have, like, a diamond flush draw. Okay, the diamond flush draw just got there, and now it's time to fold. But, like, calling that flop 100% of the time is going to be just fine. So, Avishai, now facing this wager, is going to go ahead and get out of the way, as he should. Matt will drag the pot, and we'll move right along. Paul D says that he's busy, LOL, all caps, and that's why he couldn't search the score himself. Well, I'm glad I could help you. As, yeah, it'll be nice to win a couple of my fantasy weeks here, if I do indeed get those through. I need Cooper Kupp to catch one more ball, and I need Eli Mitchell and George Kittle to keep putting up points so that I can beat Seth.
Okay, finally.
Not going to happen. Seth, you toast. You toast. Nah, you're done. It would be, but Deebo Samuel has definitely put up like some 150-yard games with 3 touchdowns and stuff in the past, so it is possible. Pierre here having a engaging conversation with Victoria from Texas Royal Touch. David Pratt going to go ahead and step out here for a moment. I'm going to hold down the fort.
You gonna be okay without me?
I will be. Yes, I think. I hope.
All right, call. Get my
All right.
chips ready.
Yeah, Pratt will return shortly. Paul D wants to know where everybody went. Well, these days we've got all kinds of amazing poker content available to you here on the internets. We have various streams from around the world, and we also have the WSOP main event going on right now, and they are down inside of the top 24 players, so, you know, that's kind of a big deal. A lot of people over there watching that program right now. So we're going to continue along. We're going to keep having a good time, and we hope that you guys are having a great time hanging out with us here tonight on TCH Live. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We do appreciate you very much. We appreciate you for being subscribed, for liking the channel, and for participating in the chat. So we'll keep on keeping on for another hour and 20 minutes until the end of this broadcast. If any of you want to hop on in and play this game or the 2-5 game on Thursday nights here at TCH Austin, as well as games up at TCH Dallas on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you can find the information for submitting your name and requesting to get on the stream in the video description there on YouTube. All right, moving on to the next hand we go. 5, 10, and 25. Fabio going to be first to act. He's going to go ahead and let go of the 9-7 off. Sparks right behind, enjoying his massage from the licensed massage therapist Victoria from Texas Royal Touch. Come on down to TCH Austin. Get yourself a little tune-up from those fantastic licensed massage therapists.
Yeah, maybe like
Avishai here, ace king suited, going to go ahead and put in the raise here out of the small blind. No, I take it back. He's just limping the ace king suited. And Slicer here going to go ahead and clearly check his option. If he can see a flop with 6 deuce, why not? He is going to flop bottom pair. Avishai top pair though. Suganth going to try to gamble all of his points and doesn't get it through. Rolls a 5. I actually didn't know that you could do gamble all and that would actually work. I thought people were doing that to troll. That is actually, you can go all in. I didn't know that, and I'm sorry that you lost, buddy. Hang in there, man. You'll get more points soon. Did you know you could do gamble all and it would just go all in?
I mean, that's, I thought, the only thing you could do.
Oh, big F, capital F for sure. I agree with Squire Root. Unfortunate. But life will continue here on TCH Live and in your future, so don't give up hope. A bunch of raggy diamonds and such going by the wayside. Slicer here in the big blind. Going to go ahead and complete, and Fabio will check. 7 high versus 5 high. Who is going to win? There's a 4 on the flop. Fabio makes pair. Slicer has 2 overs and a gutter. Double gutter even. Deuce of spades here on the turn. Doesn't change anything.
You know, if only someone had the deuce 4, they would have 2 pair.
They surely would.
Be the winner.
Slicer will continue betting. Fabio will continue calling. Off to a river, and it's another 8. Good card for Fabio if he was best up to this point. He is still best. And actually removes some of the value bets that Slicer could have, something like ace 8. And Slicer's going to bet 150, makes this look sort of value-y. He's like, yeah, I got like a 10. I'm betting a 10. And you should fold a 4. But Fabio should call a 4 for this price, and let's see if he does. We've also seen him raise in spots like this. So Fabio not stuck in bluff catching range, but he will indeed bluff catch, and he will get paid. Hey, is this man his money? Good Lord, Paul D has 70,000 TCH Live loyalty points, so
Good
that's
God.
pretty good. And Stephen Tixay here in the chat. Hey, what's up, buddy? Sorry to see that you aren't still in the tournament. I don't know exactly when you busted because you didn't keep me updated on your position, but Mr. Delivery didn't make it in the main event, just like Aaron did. How far did you make it, Steven? Did you go later than the dinner break on day 2? Because that's where I bowed out. A little after dinner break, day 2. Yeah, I think he said, yeah, he was still in. He had what you had like 25K going into day 3 or something, which was probably like 6 big blinds.
According to this, they're down to 22 players right now.
Next payout probably like 300K.
Right now they're at 241 was the last.
241. All right.
It's hostile crowd is tough.
Oh, Chance running into it. He's going down. Ah, gotcha. Noah here going to put in the squeeze. Nope, never mind. That was incorrect. Fabio going to put in the squeeze here from the big blind. King, queen of clubs.
That's a good squeeze hand.
Certainly is. And Noah, though, not going anywhere. He says, nah, bro. I got a suited wheel ace. I got to get in here. Avicii will duck out. Slicer will follow suit. We're going to go heads up to a flop here. Fabio going to play this one out of position. King, queen of clubs, and the pre-flop lead. And there you go. You just flop top pair, and you feel like all of your fears and tribulations just wash away. And you're like, cool. I get to just bet for value and hope my opponent has ace-jack. Fabio is going to amass a wager. Looks like 500 or thereabouts. 600 to be exact. 1/2 pot size C-bet. And Noah here with backdoor diamonds and wheel draw. Not really much to continue with. I mean, he's got, I guess, backdoor Broadway as well. It's just not good.
He is getting exactly 3-1. So I mean, it's still the odds if you look at it. It's not a call, but it's kind of close-ish.
The problem is that Fabio's 3-betting range just drills this, right? Like, even if he's on ace-queen or ace-10, queen-10 suited, right? Like, I mean, these hands just have gobs of equity, and the, like, sort of off and left field 3-bets that are just, like, not happy, like pocket 9s, that are going to shut it down, are just not very many. There's just not very many of those. Right? So ace-3 of diamonds here, it's just a clear give up. You know, you came along for the ride. You wanted to hit something favorable. You didn't. Just give it up. Noah, though, not ready to do so. Trying to figure out if he should give Fabio the business, and he is just going to let it go. And we'll move right on. Paul D says question. And then I didn't see a question, but thank you.
I don't know. I just like down small. I feel like it'd be a humbling experience.
Stephen Tixay says that he busted 69th, if you know what I mean.
Nice.
Well, it's a very lucky man out there somewhere.
It's a few poker jokes, a few, coming too fast jokes, because you need people to laugh.
I'm actually going to go and check that. Let's see if he actually did. You did not. You are a filthy liar, sir.
Yeah, Stephen Tixay, he's one of those guys where you just don't believe what he says. But I still do owe you for the first leg of the trip, and this is the last time I'm going to ask you to tell me how much I owe you for the Airbnb. If you don't tell me, then my debt is absolved.
We have a hand here.
It is. Yep. Sparks here, 3-betting with number 1. Slicer on the king jack of hearts is going to complete in position. Going to play this one on the button. 880 in the middle. Let's see a flop. King high. Not good for Slicer. not good things are happening for Slicer. 6.3K, the effective stack here. Sparks looking to chip up
My wife
even
is like,
further.
If I see anyone here not laughing, I'm gonna kill you. And they laugh.
The threat of violence is always
Threat of violence always helps.
Pro tip, you are more likely to win a hand while receiving a massage from the good people at Texas Royal Touch.
Absolutely, 100% true. Sparks goes for the down bet, fires in 200, gets called. 5 of clubs here on the turn, and Sparks is now loving what's going on because when your opponent doesn't just fold, right, like Queen Jack, Jack 10, like these sorts of hands are just going to just instantly give up and be done with it. But when they call, you're like, okay, you could have like 8s plus and maybe even a king. If you have a king, I'm getting paid real good. And if you have 8s plus, like 8s, 9s, 10s, you're probably not even giving up to this bet of 650 on the turn, which is great for me. So let's keep it going. Bets the 650 here. And indeed, Slicer is a hand that just can't fold.
This is a spot where you're getting 3-1, and you actually do need to call.
Definitely does. Another 3 on the end, and here we go. Sparks is going to get to freaking blast this. This is one of those spots where it shows an ace of clubs coming on the river, but we saw that it was indeed a 3. So when every king in the deck is calling for any amount, you can actually just go all in here at Sparks. Now, whether or not Sparks is going to go all in or bet something more to the tune of like 4K is sort of yet to be seen, but I think Sparks could go anywhere from 4K to all in and is just going to get snap called. Slicer's not going to like it, but wow, Sparks is going to make this just too affordable. Honestly, this is too affordable.
What is that, 26 about?
21.
21?
Yeah, and I mean, so he's gonna get paid, and it's good. But this is one of those spots, like you were talking about on the margins of where do you get your value? Where do you get it from, right? This is one of those spots where it's like your opponent's never going to fold a king for any amount, which means you could go for all of it. And if they have less than a king, are they going to call 2.1? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if 10s are going to call anymore. They might just like fold.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's
like if you're gonna get the 2.1, you could have gotten the 3.1, the 4.1, even all 5.5 of it, because the king can't fold.
Yeah.
It can't fold.
So this is the either you go for super thin value and you
Try to
don't
get paid by 8s.
Yeah.
And you bet 1,500 or 1,000, or you go
Just
for it
bomb
all
it.
and try to get a king. And you should always, in those situations, forget about getting paid by 8s. You don't even care. You 8s fold, you know, and then they got to think about whether they got bluffed or not, right? Because they got to fold. But a king can't fold. You can get it all from a king. There you go. Slicer, obviously a fantastic player, or not Slicer. Sparks. Sparks, obviously a fantastic player. He has shown us many times that his bet sizing is nothing to be trifled with. And he was trying, presumably with that bet size, to get both max value from an underpair and also get paid by a king at the same time. So sort of merging the range, which is, you know, I mean, totally fine. I just would have probably gone big.
That's why he's like not believing me.
Yeah.
Well,
We had talked once before, and I remember you said you were feeling.
On to the next one.
I,
We shall go.
I didn't know if we had like a more in-depth conversation.
it must not have.
As we have just about an hour left in the program.
I did research after we had this conversation on the town just so I could keep up the game.
David Smith here says, "Sup, party people? Hey, what's up?" I'm gonna peep my points. As we've still got another half an hour until we can do our final gamble of the night. But Carolyn owes me 20,
Who's the school goalie?
and you owe me 20.
No, I already paid you. There's your filthy money. I took it out and gave it to you.
You're right. I put the other 20 in my wallet. You're absolutely right. I left this one here in case I needed to give it back.
Nice try, sir.
I almost got him, guys. I almost got him. Damn it. We'll keep trying. It's all about the angles, man. It's all about the angles.
Making that money on the margins by lying.
Oh, nice. We got this chat bot in our fucking chat as well.
It's like my biggest concern.
Wow.
With Instagram and like
Good stuff. Good stuff.
I only
You know,
like,
you've really hit the big time when you get the porn spammers.
yeah, I only like the ones with clothing though, so I'm just gonna ignore this guy.
Well, yeah. You could just go to like Nordstrom.com.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's your jam.
I mean,
Kohl's.
it's a very specific qualifier. This bot adds to it. Like,
You're like, without clothing? Shit. Give me a break. Avishai here with the deuces is ahead. Ace, though, on the turn. And Pierre flips the script. 97% equity. Has a hammerlock on this hand, and Avishai will quickly fold. Get out of the way. No further damage. Online strips without clothing. Emojis. Emojis. Cool. Cool story. Cool story. Thank you. I think everybody else knows where to go to see things without getting infected.
I don't know. I'd rather just hopefully raise them right and then
Moving right along. Ooh, we got the 50 on this time. Why not? What's your feeling about straddles?
love them, love them, love them.
You'll put out the 10. What about the 25? The 50?
Yeah. I mean, depends. I will always single straddle, and double straddle's a little hard for me. But if it makes it around to me and I'm in the quadruple position, God hates a coward. We're doing this.
Okay.
Like,
4 deuce. Fabio.
Fabio.
No, God hates a coward. It was just stated for you, and you just folded. Oh my good lord. Oh, unfortunate. But yeah, no, I'm definitely a big proponent of the single straddle, and I will get in on a round of straddle, like double straddles or something like that. But I do feel that I sort of enjoy playing the game with a lot of depth. The larger the straddles get, the shorter the stacks get, and the less playability there is, which means that there's less maneuverability and exploitation available. So it kind of drives the game into more of that, what you were, talking about earlier, which is like it simplifies the strategy. The simpler the strategy is, the less edge that a player might have, right? So I tend to shy away from the really the really big straddles that shorten the stack.
they're fun every now and then, but yeah, there is something to be said though for having 3 blinds over 2 blinds. It really does change the game.
Yep.
It opens it up a little bit, and it doesn't increase it that much. You're still playing. I mean, even you're playing 5-10, even if there's not the straddle, it's still functionally the same stakes as 5-10-25 when you're this deep, right?
Yeah.
And having that third blind there sort of incents a little bit of action, and it makes the game a little bit more interesting, but not crazy.
Yeah, just that one extra blind I definitely agree with, but we've all bared witness to like chase, right? Like coming in and being like, oh, it's like 2, 5, 300, and like that changes the game so dramatically that you're no longer playing a game anywhere remotely related.
No, you're playing scratch-off tickets at that point. You're like, who has aces? Okay, great.
Or
like,
or just ace 10 suited, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a winner. You're ready to put all your money in at that point. Sparks here has ace jack suited and does still have the best of it. Fabio here going to be behind with the inferior ace high. Another 4 here have some chop opportunities.
But it could be delivered. Which?
Fabio checks. Sparks here, happy to get to showdown. Once again, does just have it. And there is the chop opportunity that we talked about. Fabio here goes from last to hacking in this pot in half. Should just go check, check. No real reason. Oh, Sparks is going to try to get value from a king. And I don't know if Fabio's calling with a king. Maybe. For 100, maybe. It doesn't really matter. He calls with the ace high. They chop the pot and it's over. But, you know, always interesting to see when people go for that thin value and for what sizing. And Sparks sort of showing us, like, nah.
I actually kind of like that because
it's
you're going to get the kings to fold. And
yeah, but you don't want a king to fold. You want a king to call. That's the only reason to bet.
well, if you're fair enough. But you're like you have ace high, and if he's thinking this is probably a chop pot, which he's probably not, but if he's looking at it going like, hey, I want to get the king to call, and I want the other ace to fold.
So yeah, so that's like the quintessential merge, which is I mean, half pot there. That's I guess solidly in merge territory. Yeah. When I say merge, does that mean anything to you?
No,
Or-
because I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. So for you and to anybody else in the chat who wonders what I mean when I say a merge is where generally we sort of conceptualize our decision making in poker of like what we're trying to accomplish, right? So there's value betting and there's bluffing, and they sort of live in different ends of the spectrum. You're either betting because you want someone to call you with a worse hand and you're going to get paid, or you're betting with an inferior hand hoping that a better hand will fold. And there's a merged range, which is in between those two, where you're sort of betting with a hand that can sometimes get called by a worse one and sometimes fold out a better hand, but is like squarely in the middle and like doesn't really know where it belongs. And when you bet that hand in a way that isn't clear between a bluff or a value bet, then that's a merge.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a cousin to the semi-bluff. They're not the same thing, but it's a semi-bluff is a bluff where you're hoping to improve.
Semi-bluff is always going to be where you have equity, but you don't have showdown.
Yeah.
Whereas a merge has showdown, but doesn't necessarily benefit from bluffing out a worse hand.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
sorry, bluffing out a better hand.
Yeah.
Because it has showdown. So it's the merge is weird. That is where you see some really cool stuff happen. And honestly is one of my favorite places to operate. I don't claim to do this perfectly well, but like when you go for that big polarizing bet with second pair and your opponent is like, you're repping a huge hand and you can't have one a way that the hand played out. I'm going to call you with my pocket fours and, oh, Jesus, you just have a 9, right? And you're like, got him. Like, it feels really good. Like, but you have to have a really good sense of like where you are in the hand to be able to go for those merge bets. Anyways, went down a little bit of a rabbit hole there, but I enjoyed
No,
it.
actually, we all learned something today. Although I'm just going to forget this.
Good.
It's everything I learned something new. It pushes something old out of my brain.
In one ear, out the other.
Yeah.
Sparks here wins with a couple of 7s. Taking a look at the chip count, Sparks here, 24.6K, bought in for 10. That man has over doubled up.
Nice
Pierre
night for
here
him.
on 10.8. Fabio hanging out around the 10K mark after the rebuy. Avishai holding the line there at the bottom.
Seems like there's a lot of loyalty.
What are the biggest stakes you've ever played, like in terms of the blinds?
I mean, probably cash game. In terms of the blinds, like I played a bunch of 5-10 games that are giant 5-10 games.
Okay.
So it's kind
Okay.
of like a little
Like Texas 510s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have never played a live cash game. I've never played like 25-50 or anything. I've played functionally 25-50 games, but weren't officially 25-50 games.
Sure. Yeah, the biggest I played was sitting down at this game after the stream on a Monday night when it was 5-10, 25-50.
Yeah.
And yeah, ran really good. That was it was a good time to run good because I don't usually play those stakes, and that was lovely.
Yeah, my sweet spot's usually about the 5-5 range, like 2-5, 5-5. It's
Yeah, that's where I hang out as well.
Now when I go to Vegas, that's different. Like I'm playing 5-10
Or 10,
10-20 in Vegas.
Yeah, because their stakes are just different.
Yeah.
Pierre here dropping the 3-bet in here from the small blind, and Noah, yes, I like this. He says, no, this is a button versus blind situation. Ace-Queen offsuit definitely benefits from equity denial. Ace-Queen just wants to win the pot right here, can very frequently do that with a 4-bet, does get the job done, and drags the pot. Like it.
When is this?
I might play a
When is the series?
end of the month.
It's going now,
It's
but
starting like now. Yeah.
In Hollywood?
Yeah, Hollywood.
main event starts.
Yeah, for me, it's always that question of
Are you gonna be here or there?
is it a combo? For me, deciding on a game, it's how are my odds in this game? And obviously, if I really don't like them, I'm not going to play. Like if I'm the goat at the table, I'm not playing. But like if I'm like okay, I like where I stand. The second question is how. Like if I like my odds at the table and I'm rolled to play it, I'll play it. I don't care.
Okay.
Like, but it's I'm not rolled to play, the 100, 200 games. That's just not
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like it's I don't do this for a living. I'm not a pro. And I don't think I'm I'm a decent player, but I don't think I'm like great or anything. I enjoy the game and I like
Sure.
studying it. But it's the can I absorb that kind of loss? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And that's sort of how it goes for everybody, right? Like there's a certain level of stakes. There will always be a level of stakes higher than what you can absorb a loss at. And it's important to understand what that is.
37 by
Pierre here with a couple of Cowboys, flops quite well, 8 high board, and just wins with a continuation. And yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we can all kind of get enamored with the high stakes cash games, right? Like you tune in to some of the different programs out there, or maybe like TCH Dallas, and you see these people sitting there with like 30, 40K in front of them, and you're like, damn. And then you watch how they play, and sometimes it's like, that guy got a lot of money in there way lighter than he should have. Like, I want to be in that game. And it's like, okay, but like if you had to sit down and put your entire roll or like a good sizable chunk of your roll in to play and hope to beat that guy one time, it's like, you just don't need to take that risk. Like, it's just, you know, they might not be the best players in the world or whatever. You might be able to see that there's some exploit there, but you have to have the flexibility of taking a few punches.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that, then you might go in there and just get run over, get hit by a 2-outer or something, right? And what are you going to do? Go tell everybody about how bad you ran and now that's why you're broke? Like, no one's really going to feel that much sympathy for you. They're going to be like, okay, you ran bad, but you also put your whole roll on the
Yeah,
line.
what are you doing, dummy?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, no, if you see a game that looks juicy and it's like, I can play that and afford to lose a few buy-ins in there and still be fine, get in there. Give it a shot, you know?
No,
But-
that's like like I said, I'm a recreational player, so I kind of my bankroll management's a little bit different than somebody who's a pro. And
yeah, when you have a life roll that is constantly replenished by working a job, that's a whole different story than playing this game.
Yeah.
Nonstop, yeah.
I prefer my roll to be replenished by the game. But if the game is right, I like the people, and like
Yeah.
I've done a couple games, I've played a few 5-10 games where it's like, yeah, I'm going to buy in for my entire roll because I can afford to lose this. Like if I get stacked, okay, great, whatever. This is not my job.
Exactly.
I'll replenish it. But
Yeah.
the upside is good.
Yeah, because your roll is also like totally separate from your life roll, right?
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing about being a poker player is that your life roll and your poker roll are just like all blurred together, and you're like, well, what's what, you know? And some people struggle with that, and some people will get themselves into really tough spots, right?
Which is
mean,
why
and
I
it's-
don't think I would be, player level, whatever. Like, I know myself, being able to do that, having this be my job, that would be the biggest challenge for me. Like, okay, I got to set a budget. I got to figure out how much am I going to take out a month. That's the hard part.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's also the aspect too of just like getting older and having plans for the future and what those plans look like and what kind of things you want to have set aside. Fabio has plans that don't involve his opponent flopping top pair, but too bad for him. Noah does so. Fabio, though, with the pre-flop lead. This isn't the worst board in the world. Not a lot of 7s going to connect with his opponent's calling range. There are some 6-7, 7-8 suited type things out there. Otherwise, it's just worried about a jack, and his opponent does call. So 4 diamonds here on the turn. Not the worst card, but generally you're going to want to slow this down with a bet check. And then if your opponent bets, you kind of have to evaluate what you're going to do.
Would you consider, so to be clear, I'm actually not sure. I want to make sure I'm getting the terminology right. Would you consider what Noah just did there, is that an overcall? Like, he bet and Noah, because technically I don't think it is.
No, an overcall is when you are a player late to act. You've seen a bet and a call in front of you.
Oh, okay.
And then you call. That would be
okay.
an overcall
Gotcha.
because you're calling after someone else has already called.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, what is it that you're digging into though in terms of the meat of this positioning?
In that, if I'm Fabio, I slow down there. In that, that's a super strong call from Noah with Jack High, and I only have 6s. Like, he's got a lot of jacks in his range there. And he's got a lot of sevens in his, like, not a lot of sevens, but he has a lot of jacks, and maybe he has a random 7. He is in a blind, right?
Yeah. That's okay. I'll dig into that here in a moment. The turn bet is the most interesting thing to me. Goes for the 350, gets called by Noah on the turn, and then checks this river ace. Which honestly, the river ace is probably the best card in the deck for him to continue barreling.
Yeah.
If you bet the flop and the turn with 6s, get called in both spots, you know your hand's no good. You have to bluff this ace. When he checks it over and Noah goes for thin value here, which honestly I don't agree with. It's not the worst. I mean, like, Noah maybe could get value from a 7 or pocket 9s or something. I don't know. This is not much. 300. It's small enough. Like, he knows what he's doing by betting small, 1/4. He's trying to get paid by a worse hand, but I think the check behind is perfectly just the smarter way to go there. But basically, what it boils down to is it's all about intention. Every action in this game is about intention. You bet the flop with 6s on a Jack 7-3 board. You're not trying to get called by worse. You're just not. It's not part of the functionality of your cerebral cortex to be like, I'm going to get worse to pay me off here. You're like, I want to win this hand, and I want it to be over with. I have a pair of 6s, and it's not very good. It doesn't feel good, but it might be good, and I just want to win. And then your opponent calls. And you go to a turn, and it's the dog shit that peeled off. It was nothing, right? It was a 4 or something, right? And then you bet 350. Again, you're like, I want to win. I don't want a worse hand to pay me. And then you get called again. You know you're not good. 6s aren't good anymore. Ace peels off. That's a good card for you to bluff. Because if you were bluffing with just ace, queen, ace, king, whatever, from the very get-go, you got to the river and you made top pair, you're going to bet for value now. You have to make it look like you're going to bet for value. You got to put your foot on the gas. You got to pump it again. When he goes for the check there on the end, he's just giving it up. But if he was going to give up, he should have done it before.
Yeah, if he was thinking, like, I guess maybe what you're getting at is you think of those, even though you have 6s, you're like, I have a pair, but you kind of almost have to treat it as just a pure naked bluff. You're like, I got nothing. Like, these 6s are worthless. I have to treat it as I completely missed.
Well,
and I'm
but
just barreling.
Yeah, but the flip side is that 6s are not worthless, right? But it's all about how you've determined the stakes of the game, right? Everything is about how you've got to the next level of the game tree. If you bet the flop and bet the turn and just, like, forget about what your holdings were, bet the flop, bet the turn, get called both times, what kind of hand, from the top to the bottom, what kind of hand do you need to have in order to be value betting anymore? 6s are nowhere near it, right? So if you actually hold 6s, if you somehow got to that portion of the game tree and you have 6s now, you're bluffing. You need to be bluffing. Mm-hmm. And you can avoid all of that by not taking a hand like 6s and getting to that part of the game tree. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't ever do it. It just means that you could get to a different part of the game tree, which is, I have 6s, they might be good, but I'm no longer bluffing. I'm bluff catching, right? And I take my hand and I actively turn it into a bluff catcher instead of trying to bluff, right? And that is entirely up to you because you had the pre-flop lead. Sparks here. Going to go for the check call on the flop. Off to a turn we go. This is pineapple.
Why?
So
but it's pineapple on the turn. Why did they have 3
I guess
cards?
we're playing 3 card. There's no discard. They did discard? Okay. They did discard, but there's no discard in the computer. So we can assume that Sparks discarded the 9 and has top and bottom pair. Slicer's hand has not scanned, but he is the better here after Sparks checks once again. Apparently we will get to see those cards here momentarily, as we have gotten word from the production staff that those cards will be scanned in momentarily. Sparks is going to go for the check call once again, has the top and bottom pair. Off to a river. Jack of clubs. Front door spades misses. Turned straight draw. misses. Flopped, straight draw misses. So Sparks here with a very clear check call bluff catching hand. Let's see if Slicer goes for a bet or simply checks behind. Ace 8 and better can definitely go for value here. Is going to go for a
7, 8,
sizable
25,
3/4
850.
bet.
Straight to keep the massage going. Now the draws missed.
Sparks giving him a little lip. Gonna turn over the deuce. Shows him the deuce. Holds on to the ace. Is just gonna try to get a little bit of a reaction off of the deuce.
100 on the flop.
850 here.
Like combo draw.
The thing is that Sparks doesn't block the spades.
You could have 2 8s.
Right, like even the deuce of spades would be a valuable card that could inform him into a fold. He's gonna let it go. 5 of spades and the deuce of spades. See, yeah. So I think Sparks there. He had a calling hand. I think you just have to call. If he had the deuce of spades, I think it's a fold because he would have blocked exactly that, sort of the pair and a flush draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna get away from it, and Slicer will get to drag that pot with just the pair of deuces. So yeah, what a game! What a game! Well played. I mean, that's like the tricky spot where you're like, oh, well, I don't block a set of 7s or 8s. Well, sure, but you know.
If they got a set, they have a set.
They have a set, they have a set. And you block some sets. You block some sets, and you totally unblock the flush draws. And guess what? He had a flush draw. Yeah. Well played by Slicer, though, sort of recognizing, Sparks is going to let go of some stuff here. I just got to keep my foot on the gas, get away with it, and he does. 5, 10, 25. Raise to 100 here. Matt, let's go with the ace-6 suited. Wouldn't have thought that. That's a pretty tight fold. Slicer, queen 10 off. Raises up. Fabio on the button. Will make the call over to Avishai. Does he want to get in here with the jack 10 off? I think this is a spot to continue.
Yeah, this is absolutely, for me, this is absolutely a call here. I mean,
Yeah.
you're early position, but it's still a decent, you're way out of position, but it's still a call.
Yeah, you close the action, but you have a very connected hand. You're either going to flop something that has real possibilities, or you're going to at least flop a decent pair. And look at
there you
this.
go.
This is a great
Yeah.
spot. You are not, like, way, way ahead, but, like, you have no reason to believe that you are super far behind.
I do not like that bet. I go 2/3 pot here.
I don't donk lead at all, but...
Yeah, but if you're worried about the flush draw, yeah.
Bets 100 gets called in 2 spots. Yeah,
Yeah.
how good do you feel about your jack now? 3 ways to a turn. Deuce of diamonds. Bingo, bango. Fabio going to go ahead and make the nut flush. Ooh. All right, Carolyn, if you're still hanging out with us, we are just about 10 minutes away from another gamble Rooski. Do you have any points, though?
I did win the last one, even though
Oh, that's right. You won points. You're up to like 23 or
I
something.
lost by winning last time.
Yeah, I have 422. Let's see how many you've got.
I think I should have like 40
We
or
go
50.
checky. Fabio bets 400. Yes, 2/3. I like it. And Avishai with the 10 of diamonds, still just going to let it go. Understandable. Like, this doesn't feel good. You get called in 2 spots. Your opponent could have a king. They could have diamonds. Ugh. Even though have the diamond blocker, just fold. It's a little bit tight. It might be too tight from a solver perspective, but I also understand it, especially being the man out of position. Multi-way. There you go. You got 37 points. All right. So what do you want to gamble come 10 minutes from now?
I'm just going to do them all. I'm just going to shove it.
You're going to do it all? Shove
Yeah.
it all in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I was just checked out. That's the problem.
Random
Carolyn
speed.
Hapgood, are you still hanging out with us here in the chat? If you are, drop a deuce in the chat.
I told myself I wasn't going to laugh at that, but you got to laugh out of me.
Really intimidating.
It's my favorite thing to drop a deuce in the chat.
I'm not creaming my
Matt here,
pants with aces.
one hand removed from folding the ace-6 of clubs. Is going to fold the jack-10 offsuit. A little bit more understandable.
Suited gapper late position. This is also a call for Avishai here.
Absolutely. From the blind, you can't, or from the straddle, can't orphan your babies that easy. 8-7, a connected enough hand, may not be suited, but some opportunities. That doesn't look like a board for it, though, as Fabio will flop the best of it with the pair of 4s. Checks to him, he bets, and Avishai will dick out of the way. I'm just going with it now at this point, just rolling.
You had to wait till midnight.
Is that your new catchphrase?
Dicking out of the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to dick out of the way.
Cool.
Yep.
Lower until it broke.
You just doomed yourself.
Squire Roo says that he thinks that she piked. I guess that means that Carolyn may have left us behind.
I'd love to hear what you learned
She's
about
too afraid to gamble with us.
Could be. Let me peep my fantasy football scores, as I do believe this game is getting deep into the later stages.
Should be in the fourth quarter by now.
Okay, I am leading Seth by a solid 17 points. Eli Mitchell, George Kittle doing good work. Debo Samuel still scoring points. 13 minutes left in the fourth quarter. San Francisco, though, up 24-7, which does mean they should likely be taking their foot off of the offensive gas, which is good for me. Let's see if Cooper Kupp, however, on the other side of that point deficit, has at least caught one more ball. And he has. And there we go. We will be winning that league this week, at the very least.
Cooper, that's not really a football name. Like, there are some
Cooper
guys
Kupp?
with football names. It's not really a football name. That's more like a race car driver name.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree, but also Cooper Kupp is the #1 receiver in fantasy, so what a badass.
That's fair.
Multi-way action here. Slicer in here with the Gordon special. Sparks the king-queen off. Matt, the only pre-flop pair. Avishai, ace-4 of clubs, flops backdoor clubs. Slicer flops the front door spades. Sparks with the toppest of pairs. Checks over to Sparks, and he should go big here. And this is a spot, again, so here's another thing. You flop top pair, but this is a very wet connected board, so you bet big. Because it's like, if someone's going to continue, they're going to continue with, for any bet size. So I may as well charge them the maximum to build this pot the maximum, because I probably have the best hand. Slicer is going to continue with just a draw. Off to a turn we go. Ace of diamonds. Sparks without the, well, without any ace, obviously, is not going to feel particularly inspired, as Slicer could have ace-high spades here. Although you aren't always going to want to stop betting your best queens here, because you want to maintain the betting lead. If you check here, you're going purely into bluff catch mode, and you're just shutting it down. If you continue betting here, you can deny equity, and you can maintain the betting lead, where if your opponent does continue and picks up something like 2 pair on the river, they're still going to check to you. You can check behind, and then you've sort of set the price for the rest of the hand. I like the way that Sparks has played this. He does continue betting, and very well played. Slicer is going to have to shut it down, and there you go. Denies all the equity from that flush draw right there.
Points out of Daryl Henderson. That's all I need. What's he got? Nothing.
Iron Bite AD says that he can't guarantee that he's going to drop a deuce in the chat, but he will try his best to produce after a late night snack. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just be careful you don't get anything on your shoes. All right, cruising right along here. We are moving into the final half an hour of the broadcast, thereabouts. We're almost up to 100 likes in the like counter. If you haven't already, please do help us out. Hit that like button. If we get up over 100, that's pretty good. You know what? There was a time in our lives when we used to be shooting for like 300-400 likes. We had 1,000 viewers. Life was good. Life was good, and then we got super saturated, sort of like a solution that just has too much salt in it. And you know where I'm going with that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And now there's so much poker content out there that we are happy to be hanging out with 150 of you fine people, asking to get over 100 likes. Help us out, people. Smash that like button. Let's get there.
I guess what Aaron is trying to say is he wants to, I guess,
I want to eat Taco Bell and drop a deuce.
yeah, no, maybe if you're super saturated, you want to precipitate a deuce out of the solution.
Precipitated deuce out of solution. I could do that. Fabio here flops the king high heart flush draw, bets, and slicer just with the back doors. Just going to get out of the way.
Crazy they got crushed by the DeAndre list.
Man, it's been a while since I've done chemistry. That is for sure.
It's hard to lose that game.
Organic chem was the single hardest thing I ever did. I don't have the brain for it.
Organic chemistry. Yeah, I didn't take organic. Didn't take organic or physical. Yeah. I did enjoy chemistry, but there was an interesting there is an interesting aspect about chemistry where it becomes very physics.
Well, I've always said the only reason chemistry exists is because we didn't understand physics 500 years ago. So they
Yeah.
had to kind of go the other way around, you know?
Well, it was sort of the like trial and error version of
Yeah.
physics, which was
Yeah.
like we don't really know what's going on, and it wasn't until later that we were like, "Holy shit, have you seen these orbitals? Like, we don't know what the electrons
Yeah.
are doing, but we could kind of like."
Hi, I'm Niels Bohr. I'm going to explain
yeah,
everything
we like wave
for
our
you.
hand at this shit, right?
Yeah.
Pierre just gonna go ahead and take this one down with pre-flop 3-bet, but yeah, it's like, yeah, chemistry. The way that you were able to empirically determine how things work, because it was like, I know that I have reagent A and B, and I put them together at this temperature and whatever, and like things happen, and like you just knew empirically what would happen. You didn't have to understand the fundamentals of what was really going on.
Yeah.
And now that we are more able to like actually use like AI to map out like protein folding and stuff, and you're like, Jesus, like what are these molecules doing? And look at that bond angle, and right, like to understand the complexity of what's actually happening from a physical standpoint is just sort of mind-boggling. But my goodness, to go into chemistry and really understand it, to go way down that road, it's, I mean, you're doing a physics degree just into electronics.
Oh, you
space.
completely are. And it's the thing, it's almost like they're like physics technicians, because chemistry is also, there's a practice to it. You know, it's actually kind of like almost a trade.
Yeah, chemists are sort of like the engineers of the physics world.
Yeah.
Like they're in between, where it's like physicists and engineers sort of work in a symbiotic way, because it's usually like, let me conceive of this crazy thing,
Yeah.
and then you figure out how to build it, right? And that's like the dichotomy. Whereas like chemists are like engineers on the fly,
Yeah.
right? They're like, I'm a physicist.
Let's figure
but,
this out.
like, nobody knows how to do this
Yeah.
shit, except we got to go try to figure out how to make that match to that.
And hopefully we won't kill everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, you know, is always a possibility.
Yeah.
Squire Rue says, playing with chemistry landed me in court many months ago. Well, I am curious, was it on the psychedelic side or the explosive side? Because Squire Rue, I could imagine you trifling with both. The time for the wagerings has come upon us.
Ooh, let's do it. Okay.
And I don't believe that we have a Carolyn Hapgood with us any longer, but she may or may not participate. Let us...
I'm testing the gamble all. I'm just doing it right now.
Oh, gamble all. I'm not going to do that, but I am going to gamble 100 for another 20, right?
Another 20, yeah.
Okay. Ryan Mann is in there on the gamble all as well. All right, let's see who wins. 55 for you. Ooh, 84 for me. Sorry, buddy. That's another 20 bucks. That's more T-Bell in my belly. Let's go, people. Drop a deuce in the chat
won,
if you're
but I
ready for
lost.
some T-Bell.
There you go.
Oh man, I hope your women and children will survive the fortnight.
I'm not making rent this month. All right. We've got Slicer with top pair. Pierre with nines. Let's see. Yeah, that's Pierre's checking face. That's not his betting face.
Yeah, that is the folding face indeed. All right. At 55, you did earn loyalty points.
I
though.
did.
You're up to 76. That's pretty good.
Again, moral victory.
I rampaged, dude. Because I apparently rolled high enough, I won 200 loyalty points. I'm up into the 600s. This is insanity. Carolyn, who apparently is still no longer with us, is just not participating.
She died?
She may have died.
Oh.
It may have been a freak chemistry accident. We don't know.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Can we have her house now?
I know. She bailed out before I could win
I
her
know.
house. Damn it. Wait, did I already win her house?
I think you
On
did.
that last one?
I think you did.
Oh, that's right. Carolyn, I win your house. Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh, my God, this whole time. That's why she hasn't been in the chat. She's packing.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, get your shit out of here.
Carolyn, if you're listening, we'll be over later.
Yeah, we're definitely hanging out in the backyard and some tools for the garage.
Yeah.
Fabio has some tools for the garage. Ace, deuce, offsuit on the button. He will raise. Pierre will defend his straddle.
You
with the
better call
sixes.
this Pierre. There we go.
Oh, would you think anything other
No.
than Pierre in the straddle with a couple of sixes? Off to a flop we go. Ace high, toppest of pairs, bottomest of kickers for Fabio. Pierre here with effective fourth pair is going to go for the check fold here.
Throws 5 touchdowns every game.
And there she blows.
No, it was Derrick Henry.
His mining did not work.
Trust me, I've been
Yeah.
sweating this one hard. I put
Oh, it was
1,000.
Brady?
Yeah, so one more quick shout out here for the $100 entry into our Bad Beat Jackpot giveaway. Top 10, maybe not top 10, just some 10 of you fine folks that do click the link at the pin, on the pinned whatever thing at the top of the chat. Words are really effing hard. Click the link at the top of the chat for your opportunity to win $100 when the Bad Beat Jackpot is claimed at any TCH location around the state of Texas.
Can we
Heard
make
it
it
here
like
first.
the Blaze Morning Zoo? First 10 callers to this number.
That's right. Caller number 576 will receive a plunger to the face. It is weird to me when they do like caller number 93 or whatever. I'm like, you have to wait through so many callers. Plus, it's such a disincentive for people that are paying attention to be like, I'm going to call now. It's like you're waiting 15 minutes to be like, I don't know, is 93? Am I there now?
I'm pretty sure it's a lie because you know they're giving it to like the producer intern in the booth who's just like,
Oh, it's just pure nepotism? They're
yeah,
just
probably.
handing it out?
Or he's just putting his finger down on, yep, you're caller number 93.
Caller number 93, what are you wearing? Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know, those are weird. All of those are weird. But nowadays, they like give out $1,000 every hour. Or
Yeah, because it's
whatever.
radio. They're desperate for people to listen.
Yeah, let's do a round of 50.
How do they know that people are listening? Aside from being like, log in and click a button so that we know you're listening.
I mean,
I
Nielsen
guess that's how they
ratings.
do it, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you certainly don't know who's tuned to your bandwidth. That's not possible.
I mean, technically it is. You're just going to need a lot of equipment and like money and time. Like, I can tell you have a radio in your car and I can figure out probably what frequency you're tuned to. Because, yeah, absolutely. Get enough. Brother, I was a double E. It's a super heterodyne receiver. I can figure out.
Did you say a super heterodyne?
Yeah.
Oh my good lord.
Yeah, we're going,
okay.
we're going down
all
nerd
right.
path.
No, you could do it. You could do it, but you would also be hitting people with a lot of power to find out
Yeah,
what they're listening to.
I don't care. Money's involved.
Yeah. Fabio with the nines, Noah with the trays, Slicer with the Gordon. Gordon whiffs somehow. The nuts misses. I don't understand what has happened. Fabio here should continue for a small sizing. He goes for a medium sizing, right in the middle of the road, 275. This should get fold, and he will win. So smaller medium sizing gets the job done. As we move into the final 25, 30 minutes or so of the broadcast. I'm going to step out one last time, and
Oh,
I'll
God.
be right back.
Everyone, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Please don't tune out. While we're waiting, I'll check in the chat. Squiroo, you do not want to hear me sing for my supper. Trust me. It's probably more like not singing for my supper. Sparks with 4s. It's a good raise. I like this. Except that Noah has kings. We have a 3-bet incoming. It just depends upon the sizing. It's kind of a... Nah, it's not a huge-ish raise, but it's big. Might make it a little hard for him to call. I mean, 350 into 740, you're getting 2 to 1. I mean, actually, maybe not. I mean, go back to the implied odds thing I was talking about earlier. This is, I call 350, see if I drill a 4, and if I do, great. And I'm going to make way more money than I'm putting in. Yeah, this, okay. Let's see a 4 in the window, just make it interesting. Nope. This is going to be a pretty standard check fold.
That's what she said.
Were you listening in on my last date? How'd you know?
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
I know how you roll.
Yeah. Her loss, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of Hollywood here from Noah. I mean,
Oh, we going for the check. Interesting. So Noah gonna sort of slow it down here. This is definitely fine. So certainly if you look at this from a solver perspective, an ace-8-5 two-tone board, kings with the king of clubs is a perfectly fine check. Let your opponent start bluffing, and you can easily just check call, sort of see what happens. Definitely, you know, one possibility for the game tree. Sparks goes for the check again, and Noah here now should feel like he is in the driver's seat. And this is either like a check bet to try to get value, or the check bet and see what develops if your opponent calls. Your opponent definitely can have some turned pairs of jacks. You know, things like queen jack of hearts, right? For example, you can get value from those if you go like 350, 400. So I would like to see that. He goes for the 400. Sparks does not have one of those hands, so he is going to fold. But I like the way this was played.
I wanted a barrel. I was like, I put him on.
Let's see. So are you married or no?
No, I am not married.
Not married. All right. Flying solo.
Hands that I can get to fold.
I live by myself with a dog, and I'm incredibly
What's your
happy.
dog's name?
Her name is Ripley.
Ripley.
Yeah.
Is that a reference to Alien?
It
or?
is. It is.
Okay. Is that your favorite sci-fi movie?
No, I figured if I was going to get a little 15-pound female dog, she either needed to be named Ripley or Sarah Connor. Like, I got to make her tough.
Like, okay. Yeah. No, I like that. Ripley or Sarah Connor. If you had named her Sarah Connor, would you call her every time as Sarah Connor?
I'd probably just call her Sarah.
Yeah. I don't know. That's not the right number or the quite hardness of syllables
Yes,
for dog,
yes,
though,
not a
right?
good dog name, yeah.
It's not great. Okay. But Ripley's good. I think Ripley, 2 syllables. It's got a little bit of hardness to it. I think they can recognize that quite well. Yeah,
I don't.
I like it.
I mean, she responds to shithead as well, which typically
shithead.
works.
Yeah. Okay. Of the Alien films, favorite one?
Aliens.
Yes.
Yeah. Alien.
I knew I fucking liked you. I knew I liked this guy. Aliens is the best of all the movies.
Alien is a great horror movie, and it's a slow burn, really good slow burn. Aliens is the 3rd best action movie of the 80s.
Okay. Behind Terminator and let me think. 3rd best action movie of the 80s. third best action of the 80s.
I mean, I can spoil the winner for you if you want. I can give you a hint.
Terminator is number 2.
No, it is not. Terminator is a tie for. It's probably number 4 for me personally.
Oh shit! It's not even beating. Oh my good lord. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Fuck. I don't know what your world view is. I'm trying to digest this, as Noah here does have the best hand with the ace high, but facing a check raise. 8-7 here. Sparks is taking his absolute worst gut shot and turning it into a bluff. Gonna get the job done. Really well
Nice.
played by Sparks. Oh, fuck. Okay.
I'm-
Terminator doesn't even make top 2. We're not... We're not talking like Back to the Future, right?
No,
Okay.
God, no. Do you want a hint?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
just give me number 2.
Okay. Well, number 2 is Die Hard.
Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. I guess I was so fixated on the sci-fi aspect that I wasn't even taking those movies into account.
I can spoil it. The best one is ostensibly a sci-fi movie as well.
But it's an 80s movie.
Yeah, the last hand.
Action.
Jack 9?
When I tell you, you're going to be like, "Oh yeah, duh, that's obvious."
Is it?
Where is he?
That isn't
Slicer.
Alien.
Oh. Oh. Yeah.
What?
I was a little kid then, so like I know those movies, but to think of what would be the number 1 to you is hard, man. All right, give it to me. What is it?
Predator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the apotheosis of 80s action movies. It's got all the tropes. It's got an awesome story. It's well
Yeah.
done. Like, you've got the CIA operatives that are semi-believable.
Yeah.
You've got Carl Weathers. You've got Arnie in his prime. It's a fantastic movie. You've got a freaking minigun. Like, it's hard to beat that one.
Yeah, okay. All right. So I knew that we were sort of birds of a feather when Aliens was your favorite of the Alien movies. I think I disagree with the 80s action films, though. I think that Terminator is above Predator by a solid margin.
Terminator is a better movie than Predator, and it's a fantastic film.
This guy is just like the number 1 action movie, and then he's like, well, it's a better movie.
Well, yeah, but
like,
if you're going to qualify action movie, like Terminator stands on its own as kind of like an awesome, perfect classic film. Predator is like you take everything about the over-the-top 80s and just make it believable and great and awesome.
believable.
Well, okay, not believable. I mean, it's got a fucking alien in it, but you see what I mean. Like,
Okay,
it's
all
not
right,
cheesy.
All right. I mean, so I can appreciate someone that has a different perspective, that has a different opinion. But we're obviously like in close agreement, right? It's sort of like splitting hairs at this point. But like, I enjoyed Predator. I thought it was a very good film. I wouldn't say quite the same qualifying things about it that you just did. I think that Terminator is just, it like checks all the boxes before Predator does. And I also think that even Alien 1 checks those boxes to a greater
Yeah.
degree. Because the just the cinematic
Oh, yeah.
masterpiece
Oh,
that
completely.
Alien 1 was. Just
Oh, yeah.
Alien just was a cinematic masterpiece.
But it's a horror movie. It's not an action movie. Alien is absolutely a horror movie. Now, Terminator.
That's true. That is true.
Terminator is a way smarter movie than Predator. Terminator is a
Yeah.
great film.
Oh, Terminator's great. Yeah. Drop a deuce in the chat if you like what we're talking about. I do hope that you are enjoying yourselves. We are moving into the final 15 or so minutes of the broadcast. We've been playing some poker. We've been talking about movies. We've been talking about food and booze and different things, and it's just been a damn good, darn tootin' good time. You know? Squiroo says that Predator is more reliant on your own imagination because you don't see the Predator for ages. And there is that aspect of it where it's like he's always sort of camouflaged and you just see the shimmer in the forest and you don't really know what you're up against. It's not till sort of the end of the film where you're like, oh, good God, look at that freaky looker mother effer. Noah here has a couple of sixes facing this raise from Eric. He's going to make the call, and Pierre with the suited king, he can complete as well, which he will. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the next logical step in the progression of this conversation as Eric flops top pair jack kicker and everyone else will just sort of hate what they have after Eric bets, which we do have action Eric at the table, which is, of course, always fantastic. Speaking of action, Eric will bring it. Is sort of that new movies today are sort of just like cannibalizing the success of previous generations
Oh,
of
completely,
films.
100%.
And the originality is sort of all baked into like, well, yeah, but there was a comic book series that went on for 5 years or whatever in the 70s that nobody ever paid attention to, and now we're going to make a whole thing out of it. And nobody knows about it because guess what? It's old and nobody paid attention to it.
Yeah.
And now it's new. But like it's just all regurgitated. Where is the new storyline, whatever, that's like gonna show us the next genre, right? Like we've kind of
yeah.
exhausted a lot of that.
There's bits and pieces, right? Like if we're going to talk action movies that are creative, new, brand new IPs that fit into movies that are really well thought. Clearly, John Wick, like the first John Wick.
John Wick, very good.
Sleeper movie. Nobody heard of it, came out of nowhere, and then
Yeah.
people saw it and like, holy crap, this is a great film.
Yeah. It was sort of like when Max Payne came out for video games. It
Yeah.
just sort of changed the whole paradigm of like that style, but it was very niche. It was very like, you have to like this kind of thing in order to enjoy it. Yeah, I know, I agree with that. I would love to see more movies embrace relativity, right? We had, so there's, you could kind of like wave your hand at it. Tenet, did you see Tenet?
Yeah, I liked it when it was first. Did you ever see the movie Primer? I liked it when it was called Primer.
Primer.
I'll tell you after the stream. It's completely impossible to describe. Really hard movie to follow, but utterly brilliant.
Was
kind
it
of
based on the same story or something?
No, but it's kind of the same premise of
We have forward and
forward
backwards.
and backwards.
Time?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Very,
Yeah.
very curious. I would love to check that out because I thought that was a very unique take on the cinematography and just to have a story that could be based in a reality like that was pretty fantastic.
Except that it's Chris Nolan, so you can't hear a damn thing, and no, you don't know what anybody's saying.
Yeah. No, it was tough. I did have to kind of go back and watch it a second time to try to understand what had happened. And a very good film. I do think that it was well done. And I think there's some space there, but just working off of time is very cool to me. But doing it in a way that just doesn't like go down the road of like, here's a paradox, but just don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Just pretend that doesn't exist. Because the paradoxes are always what kills everything.
And it's easy to. It's actually, if you want it from a literary sense, I mean, exploring causality is a great way to kind of explore some interesting literary concepts.
Yeah, sure.
And, you know, we could start talking about, like, light cones and stuff, but let's not go down that route. But,
Oh,
like,
sure. Fantastic show, Dark.
You know, I've heard it's great.
You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
You have to watch the
Okay.
show Dark.
Done.
Anybody else out there that enjoys anything revolving around the concept of time and the progression of, like, alternate realities, watch the show Dark. It is a German show, fantastically produced, and just absolutely fantastic acting. The story is amazing. You will be glued to your TV from start to finish. The ending, I mean, I'll be perfectly frank. It could have been better, but really good show. Really, really, really good show. Jack 9-6 Rainbow. Eric here will flop the bottomest of pairs. Pierre will flop the middlest of pairs. We'll check all the way through. Ace of diamonds here on the turn. Going to give Avishai the best hand now. If anybody hasn't seen Dark, check it out on Netflix. Very, very, very good show. A little bit confusing, a little bit strange, but really enjoyable.
Along those lines, there's a show a couple years ago called Counterpart, starring J.K. Simmons. They made a couple seasons of it. I think it's on Prime Video now. It's utterly fantastic. About it's kind of a Berlin, East-West Germany
Okay.
idea. It doesn't take place there, but it's sort of an analogy for that. But it goes
What's it called again?
Counterpart.
Counterpart. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Counterpart.
it's impossible to describe, but
Is
it's
it on Netflix?
Amazon Prime, I think.
Amazon Prime. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just utterly. It originally aired, I think, on like Stars or something. Made a couple seasons, but it's just really, and it's got J.K. Simmons in it, who's awesome.
Avishai does not have ace 3. He has pocket 3, and he loses. Pierre wins with a pair of 9s. So we have had some issues here tonight. But issues, pardon me, be damned. We are moving into the final 10, 15 minutes of the broadcast, and you know what? The issues, we'll just forget about them because we're done.
We're just going to make the whose line is it anyway, and just we're going to make it up as we go along and
That's
determine
right.
who wins.
It's all make-believe anyways. Here is a fantastic show. If you have heard of this, if you've seen this, you'll make my day. The OA.
Yeah, again, it shows up in the Netflix. I have yet to watch it. Okay, hold on. I need to make these notes.
You
Okay.
should watch Dark, and you
Emailing
should watch
myself
the OA.
Dark.
And anyone out there that is looking for a show to watch on Netflix, already owns, pays for Netflix, whatever, watch the OA and watch Dark. You heard it here first. Those are my 2 favorite shows that I have ever seen, ever. They are amazing. The OA, it was really, 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 really sad to find out that they were not going to continue that show for another season.
Pierre did
because-
not just fold Ace King. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but it said he had Ace King. I don't see.
No, we've had a lot of issues with this deck. There's very clearly some misscanned cards. So at the beginning of the, before the game starts, someone has to sit there in the box and scan all of the cards from each deck and then relay the information to someone in the production booth to make sure that the cards have been scanned in appropriately. If anything goes awry, then the cards can be mis-scanned in, and you have to scan multiple decks because if one of the decks goes bad or a card or 2 from one deck goes bad, then you swap out another one. And the software can handle like 2 decks at a time. So I don't know all the ins and outs of it. I was not part of the scanning, but like very clearly, either the cards have been consistently getting scanned over the wrong scanners or the wrong cards are being read in. I don't know what's going on, but we've had a couple of issues here tonight. I do apologize for that. I hope you all will bear with us. It is just the way that it goes sometimes. Squire says, don't suppose it has to do with the drink spill. The issues that I've seen most recently have been over on the other side of the table, so I wouldn't tend to think that that's the case, but I guess I don't know for sure. Also, the fact that the scanner would read anything in at all, right? If there was a short circuit and it was just like fried, it just wouldn't put anything.
Yeah, no, it would not work.
Yeah. So I don't know. But dude, you should watch those shows. Those you'll get a lot of enjoyment out of those. Drop a deuce in the chat if you have seen the show The OA and enjoyed it. Fantastic show. That one is one of the more unique storylines that I think has come out recently. I mean, it's actually several years old now at this point, but like just the concept is just like, just so cool. Just so cool. Avishai here has found a couple of queens. He's going to rip it all in. This is a large jam, but he is going to get called. Not by Fabio with the 4-3, but by Noah with the Jack-Jack. It's a couple of Judys versus a couple of ladies. And Avishai looking to hold here, needs to dodge a Judy. He does on this flop.
Fade a jack, buddy.
Ace of clubs is going to be a little bit of a scare card. However, he is still ahead. Another ace on the end will soften the blow a little bit. We're going to run this twice. Queens will be good the first run out. He's going to turn him over now and be like, okay, I'm probably good. If you do have ace king, then I'm drawing really good on this next board because 2 of the aces are gone. He is going to fade a jack so far, and 1 jack to come here on the end. Will it come? No, it will not. It's just the king of diamonds. A couple of ladies aren't going to get the job done. Avishai going to find another double up, moves up to 3.2K here, and just towards the end of the broadcast, that is going to put him solidly into, I think, the black territory.
Yeah, I think he's in for about 15, so that's a nice little profit.
Absolutely. Squirroo going to fire off a bet of 10K here. Good luck, buddy. Holly Oz won 300 loyalty points with a roll of 92. Let's see if Squirroo can get a good roll.
I hope you win a bunch of fake internet points, buddy.
Real internet points. They're 100% tangible. Squirroo is gambling early, so it's all just a fake. As we will continue. How many hands do we have left?
Jacks 1 and
2 more hands. This hand and 1 more to go here on Monday night. TCH Live edition. Your host, Aaron McAvoy. Aaron here, joined tonight by David Pratt. Do appreciate you tuning in and hanging out with us. Hope you all have enjoyed yourselves and hope you look forward to more TCH Live action coming on up. We do stream just about 7 nights a week. We've got TCH Live out of Austin on Mondays and Thursdays, and Tuesdays and Wednesdays out of TCH Dallas. Biggest game that we stream there on Tuesdays, coming at you tomorrow night.
I totally see Pierre folding queens.
Yeah, with that look on his face
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yeah.
No, clearly this deck has not been scanned in correctly, so we do apologize for that once again. For all of you thinking that Pierre has just mucked queens first to act and that this is all a simulation, we are just, in fact, struggling with technology.
Well, he's just not very good at this game, so...
Yeah, Pierre, probably the worst player at the table,
Yeah.
honestly. Yeah, just hot garbage is what we like to call players like Pierre. Yeah.
Plus, he's got the boy named Sue thing going on. Like, he's Italian, but he's got a French name.
Yeah, dude. Just a real piece of work over there. It looks
Yeah.
like he's going ice fishing
Yeah.
in the Mediterranean.
How's the Monday stream on? I was like,
No, we love Pierre. Of course, I'm all just joking around over here. But we are just going to get through this one last hand of the evening. 5, 10, 25, and a $50 straddle out there. Avishai going to be first to act. Let's see if he wakes up with anything. 10, 7 suited. One might generally think about playing that hand, but first to act with a $50 straddle. Just let it go. Eric here, action. Eric with a couple of black Judys. He's going to open this up.
I love playing with Eric. He's always a blast.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll find all of your chips in the middle of the pot. A lot, though. Noah here, ace-9 suited. Definitely a hand to defend your little babies, but he's actually going to 3-bet this hand, and this is a little bit...
It's a little bit out of line, not hugely.
I mean, it's not terrible, but playing out of position, 3-bet pots with a hand that's disconnected as ace-9 off, like, you're going to make top pair bad kicker and backdoors a lot, and then just, like, ace-highs, and you're just not going to really know when you bet and get called whether you should continue on many turns, which is the problem that he's going to have because there's 1.3K in the middle. He's going to bet 400, which is under 1/3. He's going to get snap called by Eric, and now he's just like,
oh, shit.
is ace high good? No, probably not.
Now he's got a gut shot.
He does, drawing to a 5, which would put us straight on the board, so that would
Oh, actually,
be a
yeah,
chop.
yeah, it's a
but-
chop.
but-
Again, first time playing. I'm
Yeah, no, it's understandable. But he is going to slow it down with a check here, Eric. Seeing this board with the pair of jacks, sort of a little bit underrepresented here right? Jax is definitely strong enough to try to deny equity with a probe bet here. It does go for half pot, gets it through. And that's going to do it here for us on TCH Live Monday. Final hand of the night. Your boy Aaron McAvoy here in the booth, joined by David Pratt. For all of the production staff here at TCH Austin, the staff, the management, the players, everybody, we wish you all a good night. Thank you guys for tuning in. We look forward to seeing y'all on Thursday here at TCH Austin and next Monday as well. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you guys soon. Good night.
Later, guys.